Oh boy, do we have a beautiful day on our hands. So no box cars, you are on standby. We'll be calling you up momentarily. We are ready to go with day one of the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So did I mention that they've got breakfast on for you over at the concession stand? Well, they do.
Copy that. Okay, we'll take our doubles to 1 and 2.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, double entries, bring them down. No box, double entries. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for no box, double entries. Time trial number 1. Come on down. So we want to thank everybody for coming out this weekend. Takes a lot of effort and support to put an event like this together. But without racers, it just simply does not stand a chance. So to each and every one of you, thanks for coming out to the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip. Part of the Classic Series put on by T&T Motorsports, presented by Rad Torque Systems. No box doubles, no box double entries. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Day number 1. Friday's warm-up race. Winner will be going home with a big fat $5,000 check. As I'm sure you're well aware, that's just getting things started. Saturday and Sunday's main event. We double the money. Well, we almost double the money. So I'll correct myself. Saturday and Sunday's main event, pay $7,500 to the winner. Still a very, very nice chunk of change. And of course, Saturday night, tomorrow night, we'll be running the shootouts. 16 cars off the bottom bulb for $7,500. And 32 cars off the top for 20 grand. So no box double entries. We are looking for you in lanes 1 and 2. No box single entries. You are on standby. Your call will be coming up momentarily. Hey, listen up in the pits. No box single entries. No box single entries. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. We'll take no box single entries to lanes 3 and 4. So we should have all of our no box cars in the lanes. We've made the call for both doubles and singles. Doubles should be in 1 and 2. Singles should be in 3 and 4. Ready to kick off day number 1 here at the West Coast Classic. And here we go. First pair at the starting line. This will officially kick off the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Got Dustin Ward over here, tower side, TCS side of the racetrack. Little Hemi-powered dart. And I'm not sure who's in the wagon over there in the Lordco lane. Dustin Ward kicks things off very nicely. 009 light. Kevin Ness was in the Lordco lane behind the wheel of the wagon. He goes 7:42 the finish line. 6:32 for Dustin Ward. That'll bring up our next pair. Monty Beagle. And I'm not 100% certain who's behind the wheel of the little Mustang in the right lane. Thinking it's Dan. Look at this, 00 all over the place. Monty Beagle, 007. Attention in the pits. Box, door card, double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box, door car, double entries. Let's get you headed to lanes 1 and 2. So as I was saying, Beagle goes 007. Nice job there. 5:58 to the 8th mile mark. Now Ryan Johnson and Ken Tolsdorf. The lights were 65 and 69. Tolsdorf getting away first. At the finish line, he's 6:73. Ryan Johnson goes 5:29 at 132. That'll bring up Andy Klosky and Jim Benke. Klosky in the strip teaser, tower side of the racetrack, little 65 Chevelle. This car's been making laps for a long time. Jim Benke driving the Scamp this weekend. The CUDA is not behaving, so it is temporarily parked. Benke does a good job behind the wheel of the Scamp. 0:24, then 9:67. I'm thinking Benke will be leaving first every time once we're into eliminations. He's 6'10 at 111 for Klosky. Now Dennis Winton coming up right side of the racetrack. Very cool wagon. Little Challenger over here tower side, turns it red. Winton was 0:38 at the finish line. He's 7:29. The Challenger follows with a 7:39. Challenger actually got there first. His 112 red light got him out in front. Little Falcon, tower side, Dustin Hunter. And Brad Burton. Burton's 10 on the tree, big wheels up launch for the Firebirds, 660 at 101. Dustin Hunter, 580 at 120. Next pair rolling into the beams. Richard Love, spectator side, Lordco lane. Fred Crane, tower side. Couple of red lights, 091 red for Fred Crane. Richard Love just misses it with a 003 red light at the finish line. He goes 670 at 102. Fred Crane, 674. Dylan Scott, 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle, tower side of the racetrack. And Dustin Ward, up for his second hit. So Dustin Ward goes 007. I'm pretty sure he went 007 on his first hit. Then 630 at a $1.09. Dylan Scott was strong as well. 030 on the tree, then 646. Rob Monroe now all by himself. Does a good job on the tree. 013 through the 8th mile with a 5:55. Attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. Box door car singles. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Box door car single entries. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. So nearing the end of this first round of time trials for no box. Attention in the pits. Box double enter dragsters. Box double enter dragsters will take you in lanes 1 and 2. Box double enter dragsters. This is your call to the staging lanes. Box double enter dragsters. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Monty Beagle and Daryl Tippy. Beagle in the right lane. Behind the wheel of his very, very cool 33 Ford Coupe. He's 41 on the tree. Tippy nails it with a 007 reaction time. Beagle to the top end first with a 5:56. Tippy getting there second with a 6:86. So we have called box door car single entries to lanes 3 and 4. We've also made the call for dragster box double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Next up, single in the right lane, Bob Bailey. 68 CUDA. Bailey out of Beaver Lodge, Alberta. So just going off my often less than reliable memory, I think Bob Bailey had himself a pretty good weekend last weekend up in Prince George. .031 to start things off, 684 at 98 miles an hour to finish things off. So here we go. First pair of boxcars. Couple of Chevrolets. $5.73 at $1.20 in the right lane. Martin Rochelle. Left side goes $6.40 at $1.05. Second pair. Now rolling into the beams. Amber Rutherford and Jason Pad. Jason Pad, right lane. Little Chevy Love pickup truck. Amber Rutherford, her 66 Mustang, tower side. Wheels up both sides. Jason Pad is trip zip, but with a red 6. So Pad red by the tiniest of margins. Gets to the stripe first, $5.90 at $1.14. Amber Rutherford in the Mustang goes $5.99 at 116 miles an hour. Hey folks, here's some good news. If you were wanting to run in tomorrow night's shootouts, but did not get yourself entered in time, I have some good news for you. There are a few spots available in the 32-car box shootout. Three of them, in fact. Dan and Tammy Provo over at the Rad Pits have a spot available. Chevy Reeves also with a spot available. And Susan Gross. So, again, if you were wanting to get in but missed out, well, here's your chance. $1,000 entry to run for 20 grand. So next pair down. Kevin McNichol and George LeBlanc. McNichol, 002. Nice light, 642 at 107 miles an hour for the red Nova in the left lane. The orange Chevelle, George LeBlanc, red by 9 thou. Then 560 with a 0 at 125. Next up, Kelsey Dufresne in the right-hand lane. And Kelly Shearer over here in the left-hand lane. A Camaro and an S10. Kelly Shearer trip zip to the good side. Trip zip with a 9 left lane, then 697 at 99 miles an hour. Kelsey Dufresne was also awesome with a 007 reaction time. 531 through the top end, 132 miles an hour. That'll set up our next pair. Mike Kenworthy and John Jenkins. Jenkins gets away first with an 030 light. Kenworthy was 55. Kenworthy to the top first with a 547, 127 miles an hour. Jenkins 690 at 99. Now Andy Hatton and Lincoln Rutherford. Rutherford in the Buckshire Pinto, right-hand lane. Rutherford, a young man, pretty much straight out of juniors. Put this car together, or back together, essentially by himself with a little help from Grandpa. Very cool story, actually. Got a runner-up finish. Went all the way to the final at the Oil City Classic last month. Couple of trouble-free runs. Hatton, 527 at 131. Rutherford, 620 at 112. So just a little reminder to everybody, let's keep the speed down while you're making your way through the pits, and that would also include the return road. I want to make sure everybody has a nice, safe weekend, and so again, just a little reminder, let's keep the speed down in the pits and on the return road. The Rad Torque System Chevrolet Beretta coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. Scott Robinson. We've got Warren Jacobson in the purple and white Nova, tower side. 0.27 reaction times, both sides of the racetrack. Scotty with a 492. Warren with a 726. Warren, a super class regular. Making use of the throttle stop. Eddie Plaisir now. Gonna make a single up the left side of the racetrack. .031, the reaction time, 5.75 through the top end. And now his daughter, Frankie Ward, will be making a single run up the left side of the racetrack. Absolutely stunning 56 Chevrolet. This car stands out wherever it goes. So we're not 100% sure what happened there. Frankie rolled into the beams, lit both bulbs, but the tree did not come down. So we'll do a little reset here and try that again. So what a bunch of fun we had last night in the clash of the carts. I don't think there was anybody out there who wasn't having a good time. There's actually some pretty good racing that took place. Great way to start off the weekend. So for anybody checking out the live stream, welcome to the West Coast Class. Thanks for checking in with us. So we got the computer reset. We are ready to go. Just giving Frankie a couple of minutes. Let the car cool down. She's refired and headed back into the beans. So Frankie Ward, 567, 122 miles an hour. And coming up now, right-hand side of the racetrack, our first dragster of the weekend. All right, Dustin Martin and Kevin Shearer. Kevin Shearer out of Belfair, Washington, over in the right lane, our first dragster of the day. Dustin Martin, Tower Side, in the Honest Performance, 67 Chevelle. So Martin leads first in the Chevelle, goes through the top end with a 573 at 120 miles an hour. Shearer 448 at 154. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We'll take dragster single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Dragster single entries. This is your call to the lanes. Dragster single entries to lanes 3 and 4. So one green light, one red. Dan Golby in the Mustang goes 677. Dwayne Ringeth. How about 103 to the 60 foot? 443 through the finish line. Nice looking pass right there. Next up, John DeYoung. Now, if we go back about a month ago, the Oil City Classic at Rad Torque Raceways, John DeYoung in that Camaro was the fastest car on the property all weekend long. Let's see what he runs here. How about 428? How about 166 miles an hour? How about a 006 light? Nice job right there. Dan Parsons was over here tower side. Ran a 029 initiated 676 at 105 miles an hour. One more time, we have made the call for single entered box dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Box dragster single entries, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. And that'll bring up young Mr. DeYoung. Adam DeYoung, tower side. Nice 007 light in the Camaro, 541, 128 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle up for his second hit. Goes 640 at 103 in the Malibu. And that'll bring up our first pair of dragsters for the weekend. Ryan O'Connor in the right lane. So I believe it's Kaylee Morton tower side, 006 and 471. ROC goes 447 at $154. Started things off with a 22 light. Ryan O'Connor won the Friday warm-up in Edmonton at the Oil City Classic at Rad Torque Raceways. And then went on to win the Saturday night shootout. Now Don Sefton and Carson Campbell. Don Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington for Trucktown, Tower Side. Welcome back to Mission. Carson Campbell, another Washingtonian. So Don Sefton goes 449, Carson Campbell follows with a 463. That'll bring up Mark Campbell, right side of the racetrack. And Dalton Giroux. So Dalton Giroux, tower side, was the lone semifinalist in last night's Clash of the Karts. Giroux gets away with a 21 light. Campbell a little bit red. 6th thou to be exact. Giroux to the finish line first with a 446. Campbell follows him with a 458. Now Jan Christensen in a dragster. So used to seeing Christensen behind the wheel of his Nova. Also got that pro stock car that he runs in Top Sportsman. He put himself together a dragster. So does a good job leaving 009s through the stripe with a 506 at 136 miles an hour. So here we are, first round of time trials, day number 1, the West Coast Classic. So starting line crew just doing a minor little cleanup down there in the starting line.
Richard, you got a copy, sir?
Somebody left a few drips. One might assume it was the last car down the track, but don't know that for sure. Does serve, however, as a general reminder to everybody on the property. Make sure you're looking things over on a continual basis. Because here's something that is a certainty. Just about everything that starts leaking wasn't leaking just before it started leaking. So there goes another pair of dragsters. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, double entries, no box, double entries. This is your call for your second time trial. No box, double entries. Let's get you in lanes 1 and 2. No box, double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Check this out. For Rad Torque Systems, Tammy Peugeot coming up, tower side. Newly licensed. Jason Pat in the right lane. How about that? Tammy. Nice. Goes 14 on the tree. then 488 through the finish line. Pad was ready to go as well. Slightly better on the starting line with an 010 light. Then through the top with a 445. That'll set up our next pair. So tower staff still inputting driver info into the computer system, so I don't necessarily have all the names first thing in the morning. Got Ed Vanderkoy over here tower side. Vanderkoy's 15 on the tree, then 519 through the top. Right lane, red by 6 thou, then 461. Now Eric Goulden and Mark Bold. Goulden, tower side. For All Fits Auto and Brad's Auto. Mark Bold for Hughes Converters. Goulden better on the line by 3 thou with a 13 light. Then 512 at the finish line to cross second. Mark Bold goes 471 at 147 miles an hour. Next pair got the burnouts done. Kurt Gross and Dan Provo. Dan Provo picked himself up a little sponsorship from Rad Torque Systems. Provo tower side. How about trip zip for Dan? He had his Wheaties this morning. Kurt Gross was good too with a 005 light. Provo. Trip zip with a 6, then 432 at $1.60. Stephanie Nass, trip zip. Only it's in red. Trip zip 9. Well, that's good. What you want to do is get that kind of stuff out of the way during time trials. That's always been my theory anyway. 490 at 141 miles an hour through the top end for Stephanie Nass. Stephanie out of Canby, Oregon. So a big shout out and welcome to all of our American friends who are in attendance this weekend. We are very, very happy to have you back here at Mission Raceway Park. So making our way through this opening round of time trials here on day number 1 at the West Coast Classic. What a beautiful day out there. So we have made the call for double entered no box cars. Double entered no box cars. We're looking for you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Still in round number 1 of time trials for boxcars, specifically dragsters. May have a couple of double entered cars coming back for their second hit. So we'll be wrapping up this opening round of time trials momentarily. Got a single coming up, right-hand side of the racetrack, or Lordco lane. So Mike Barron coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. .025 on the tree, then 434 at 160.71 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So just wrapping up the opening round of time trials. Got a few dragsters that have made their way back for their second hit. An 027 red initiated 497 at 144. There's two bulbs lit. Here comes the tree. Boom! 17 red. $449 at 154. Another single. Left side of the racetrack. .504 with a 0. 137.11 miles an hour. Don Sefton back up for Trucktown. So 2 rounds of time trials on day number 1 here at the West Coast Classic. Tomorrow we will cut that in half. It'll be a single time trial. And then Sunday morning, straight into eliminations. No time trials whatsoever. Sefton goes 0-12 on the starting line. Through the finish line in the Lordco lane with a 451 at 155 miles an hour. I believe we do have just a couple more dragsters to go to finish off this opening round of time trials. So it looks like things are not quite set up just quite yet. But lots of cool T&T Motorsports and the classic swag will be available this weekend. So I've just told they'll be set up and open for business by about noon. We'll make the call now for no box single entries to lanes 3 and 4. No box single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. No box single entries. Bring them down to 3 and 4. So did you hear the good news? Well, it's good news for anybody who was looking to enter the box shootout tomorrow night, but missed out on their chance to do so. There are 3 spots available. You can still get in.
I do put it on the slip, and we just try to remember what we did for that person last time. So if we put the X on the last time we saw you, then the next time we would not. So I think for yours this morning, we just didn't put in the number. I don't recall.
All right, here comes the bus right there.
See our no box single entries making their way into lanes 3 and 4. Just a little reminder. Much more important once we get into eliminations, but you need to pick your lane before you get there and make it very clear which lane you are entering. I was just watching cars roll up and saw a couple of them that were kind of rolling over both mats at the same time. So as was discussed in the drivers' meeting, whatever lane you choose is the lane you're going to run in. Carson Campbell out there now for his second hit of this first round of time trials. 0-16 on the tree. 460 with a 6 at exactly 150 miles an hour down the left side of the racetrack. That'll bring up Dad. Mark Campbell for Pioneers Building Supplies. Got the burnout done. He's made his way back here to the starting line. About to roll into the beams. Just a little red. 001 red. Well, to be honest with you, I'd rather be 001 red than Trip Zip red. 455 at 153 miles an hour. And that officially brings the opening round of time trials to an end. Here we go with round 2. First pair sitting in the water, Dustin Ward and Daryl Tippy. Both these guys were 00 on their first hits. Ward, I'm pretty sure, had matching 007 lights. Not bad. Tippy, if I remember correctly, was also 007. The burnouts commence. Dustin Ward from Washington. Daryl Tippy from just across the river in Surrey. Tippy behind the wheel of his 62 Nova. Ward behind the wheel of his Hemi-powered 67 Dart. Both drivers with 40 lights. Tippy, 2 thou better with a 41. Ward to the top first with a 633. Tippy, 682. Well, how cool is this? A couple of black and silver Ford coupes. Monty Beagle and Rob Monroe. Monty Beagle in his 33, Rob Monroe in his 31. How's that for a cool pairing? Beagle left side with the chalk down look. Wow, Rob Monroe. Double 03 and a nice smooth wheelie. 123.60 foot, pretty sure recorded by the back wheels. Man, are they a nice pairing. 555 and 556. Rob Monroe. Killing it here so far this weekend. I'm quite certain he was double O on his first hit as well.
Probably would have been about 8 minutes ago-ish, timeline-wise.
Okay, I'll just look at the
There was 2 singles back-to-back, 2 dragsters.
convenience. These were
Hey, little announcement. If anybody's missing some keys specifically, well, it's a single key. Obviously, fits a Ford. Was found over on the spectator side of the racetrack. So, continuing along, Kevin Ness and Dustin Hunter now. Couple of red lights, Hunter by 5 thou, Kevin Ness by 51 thou. Hunter leads the way down track, 579, getting there well ahead of the 744 for the wagon. And now Dan Golby and Kevin Garlock. Kevin Garlock out of Victoria, BC. Behind the wheel, the 71 Camaro, right-hand lane. Dan Golby out of Cold Lake, Alberta. Tower side. The 79 Mustang, 547 cubic inches under the hood. Golby goes 13 red on the starting line. Garlock was, well, very green. Garlock to the stripe first with a 598. Golby getting there second with a 673. Next pair got the burnouts done. Couple of Chevrolets. Dylan Scott, right-hand lane. Out of Kamloops in his 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle. Dustin Winton behind the wheel of Shaggy. 66 Bel Air wagon. Scott turns it red by 86. Winton was 47 green. Scott to the top end first with a 649. Winton goes 731. That'll bring up Benke and Klosky. Benke, tower side, foot breaking the scamp this weekend. Goes 18 thou red. Klosky with a 35 light, then goes 6.1 seconds exactly. And now a couple of Mustangs. Fred Crane and Amber Rutherford. Amber in the right-hand lane. Couple of red lights. Fred Cranes being the reddest. He was 56 red, Amber 28 red. At the finish line, it was the red Mustang first with a 613. Fred Crane goes 670. Greg Palmer in the TCS lane, 2019 Dodge Challenger. 392 cubic inch Hemi. Camaro in the right lane. Camaro leads the way, gets to the finish line first with a 651. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Box, door, car, double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box, door, car, double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box, door, car, double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2. Now Brad Burton. Bad Brad. In the stalker. Big wheels up launch for the Firebird. NHRA stock eliminator legal car. So obviously Pontiac powered. Burton solid on the starting line with an 024 light, then goes 661 at 101 miles per hour. That'll bring up Richard Love. Be making a single. Tower side of the racetrack in the TCS lane. Richard Love out of Osoyoos, BC. Now it's going to be Ryan Johnson making a single left side of the track. 63 Corvette. Nasty Fish Racing. Pre-stage. Stage. And leave. .42 thou on the starting line. 5:30. For Kinetic Energies, Bob Bailey out of Beaver Lodge, Alberta. Bailey starts things off with a 54 light. To the 8th mile mark in 6. So concession stand is open. I'm pretty sure Dustin Ward and Monty Beagle. 57 in the Ford Coupe, Dustin Ward, 630.
I'll come back up and see you ladies. Thank you. Appreciate all your guys' work.
No worries.
And I do believe that is going to bring time trials for no box cars to a close. Next time we see them up will be for round number 1 of eliminations.
The double consonant makes it sound longer than shorter. She likes snuggles. She likes being held. She'll like move.
So, big shout out to all those sponsors that support the classics. Specifically, the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. The West Coast Classic, presented this weekend by Rad Torque Systems along with A. Tristan Plumbing. What can you say about Rad Torque Systems? Rad is the world's leader in torque technology, spanning across all industries to make sure things are torqued efficiently and accurately. Now, if you've never done so, I would highly recommend going to radtorque.com. Check this stuff out. So we'll make another call for box door car singles. Box door car singles. We're looking for you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Box door car single entries. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Lincoln Rutherford and Dustin Martin just went down the track. Couple of 00 reaction times. Rutherford was 008, Martin 005. At the top end, it was Martin there first with a 575. Lincoln Rutherford goes 619. That'll bring up our next pair. Martin Rochelle will be in the right lane. Kelsey Dufresne will be in the left. Dufresne won a bunch of rounds last month in Edmonton, the Oil City Classic. Sure, he'll be looking to do the same here this weekend at the West Coast Classic. Dufresne behind the wheel of the Camaro. Rochelle behind the wheel of his trusty Malibu. Martin Rochelle, right-hand lane. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Rochelle with a nice job on the starting line, 004 in the reaction time department. 6:41 at 103 miles an hour through the top end. Dufresne with a 5:31 at 132 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Adam DeYoung and Jason Pad. Adam DeYoung, right-hand lane. The white Camaro. Jason Pad, left lane, in the white Chevy Love pickup truck. Couple of nice lights. Adam DeYoung, the better with a 003 reaction time. Pad was 10 on the tree. DeYoung, 5:40 at the finish line, 129 miles an hour. Pad in the Chevy Love pickup truck goes 5:95 at $1.14. That'll bring up Dan Golby and George LeBlanc. LeBlanc out of Creston, BC, goes 0.24 on the tree. Golby turns it red by 27. LeBlanc goes 5:57 through the finish line, 125 miles an hour. Golby with a 6:73 at 101. In his Camaro. DeYoung, quickest car on the property in Edmonton, and looks to be that again here in Mission. John DeYoung for Artex Racing in the right lane. Let's look for something in the 420 range. McNichol, tower side. His Lordco sponsored Nova. John DeYoung, 4:28, 166 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark. That is stout. 1 second exactly to the 60-foot mark. Could we possibly see a sub 1 second 60-foot at a bracket race? So I was a little mixed up over who was driving what for Pleasure Racing. Eddie Pleasure in the right-hand lane behind the wheel of that gorgeous 56 Chevrolet. John Jenkins, tower side, behind the wheel of his S10. John Jenkins already had his some luck going his way just to be here. He won a free entry in a random draw back at Door Wars a few weeks back. Eddie Pleasure goes 5:67, 122 miles an hour. John Jenkins, 6:84 at 100 miles exactly. Warren Jacobson, Dan Parsons. Couple of regular runners here at Mission in the Super Combo Series. So Warren, I'm sure, is making use of the throttle stop this weekend. Let's see what Dan's up to. In the Quality Racing Duster. Yep. Parsons leaves first with a 20 light. Jacobson, maybe a little snoozy as he was 097. So Parsons to the top first with a 676, and that'll set up our next pair, which looks like this. For Rad Torque Systems, Scott Robinson. For the Thompson Construction Group, Frankie Ward. Francesca in the right lane. Robinson leads the way, goes 492 in the left lane. 578 with a couple of zeros for Frankie in the right lane. So just mowing our way through time trials here on day number 1 of the West Coast Classic. Andy Hatton and Kelly Shearer roll up to the starting line. Kelly Shearer out of Belfair, Washington. In the blue S10. Shearer gets away first, 16-24. Andy Hatton to the finish line first, well ahead with a 5:28 to Kelly's 6:95. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Box double enter dragsters. Box double enter dragsters. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box double enter dragsters. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. So starting line crew just doing a little maintenance on the surface. Well, not really maintenance, just looks like they're sweeping rocks off. So that can serve as a general reminder to everybody. We are fully aware it's impossible to keep cars completely clean as you make your way through the pits. They're going to pick stuff up. But we would most certainly appreciate everybody's effort made in trying to keep your car clean. Cleaner we keep the cars, cleaner we keep the track.
Just remember the first part, which is still cool.
Once again, swag will be available very, very soon. I was told should be around noon. Lots of new stuff for 2023. Make sure you check it out. Right behind the back of the staging lanes. So as mentioned earlier, we have had a set of keys turned in up here in the tower. For anybody that owns a Ford, and if it's the lone key on your chain, well, you may want to have a little dig through your pockets, make sure you still got it, because that's exactly what we have up here in the tower. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box dragster single entries. Box dragster single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Box dragster single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Here we go, next pair. Rolling into the beams, we've got Dustin Martin and we've got Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington. Behind the wheel of the big block powered 92 Firebird, right-hand lane. Dustin Martin for honest performance in the left lane. So not sure what happened to the box, but he's red by .146. Kenworthy, green with a 29 light. Gets to the stripe first with a 547 in the Firebird. So we are looking for all of our dragsters in the staging lanes, doubles to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4. If you got a dragster, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. Once again, doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. So we have called all of our dragsters to the lanes. We're just finishing off with the last of the double entered door cars. Then we'll roll into the dragsters and bring this second round of time trials to completion. You know what that means. Following that, we'll be going into round number 1 of the Friday $5,000 warm-up race. So it looks like Martin Rochelle back up for his second hit. Will be a single, tower side. Martin Rochelle, a regular runner here at Mission, both in Super Pro and Super Combo. Former world champion in Pro Bracket. Rochelle, 24 thou to start things off. Through the finish line with a 6:41 at 103 miles per hour. Here comes our first pair of dragsters in this second round of time trials. Mark Campbell and Kaylee Morton. Kaylee Morton in the right lane. For GT Gas, CTI, Shoreline Products, and EM3. Mark Campbell, Tower Side. For Pioneer Builders Supply. So, unfortunately for Mark Campbell, starting line has shut him off. Appears that he might be dropping some fluid. So, Kaylee Morton will be making a single down the right-hand side of the track, or Lordco lane. Well, I don't think that or any of that went as planned. 117 on the 3, on and off the gas. 5:02 at $1:45 through the finish line. Absolutely gorgeous day here on day one of the West Coast Classic at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Once again, big shout out and thank you to all the racers here this weekend participating in this event. We most certainly appreciate your support. And with that support, of course, the hope is that this series, this race can just continue to grow. All right. We're ready to go with the next pair. Dwayne Ringeth, the T&T Motorsports dragster, right-hand lane. And Carson Campbell, over here in the left lane. Well, turned into a single for Carson Campbell. Goes 12 on the tree. 462 at 149. Dwayne Ringeth just drives it on down. So Mark Campbell was dripping a little bit of stuff. Just a couple of moments ago, they got the car backed up. Closed the drain cock on the puke tank. And away we go. So he's going to be a single left side of the racetrack, Mark Campbell. For Pioneer Builders Supply. Here with his son, I'm assuming it's his son, Carson Campbell's out of Olympia, Washington. Campbell now rolling into the beams. Campbell with a 10 light at the finish line. How about 456 at 152 miles an hour? And now we've got a pair. Don Sefton and Dalton Giroux. Sefton, tower side. Giroux, spectator side in the Lordco lane. Giroux for CSN LJ Auto Body. Don Sefton for Trucktown. Four bulbs lit. We're ready to go. A trip zip red light for Dalton in the right lane. Sefton goes 13 red. Giroux gets there first, 447. Sefton with a 451. That'll bring up ROC, Ryan O'Connor. Friday warm-up race winner in Edmonton just 1 month ago at the Oil City Classic. Wants to thank Eberts Brothers Racing, Davis Trucking, and Floors with Flair. O'Connor turns it red by 7th thou in the left lane. 0.24 reaction time in the right lane. 447, the 8th mile number for Ryan O'Connor. That'll set up Kevin Shearer along with Ed Vanderkooi. Shearer, Tower Side, TCS Lane out of Belfair, Washington. Ed Vanderkoy out of Barnell, Alberta. Vanderkoy in the fendered dragster. Shearer 15 red, Vanderkoy 18 green. Shearer goes 4.5 seconds exactly at 154 miles an hour exactly. Huh. Who needs anything after the decimal point? Tammy Peugeot coming up now, right-hand lane for Rad Torque Systems. Tammy Peugeot, a long-time member of the Rad Torque Racing team, made the transition to driver just a short time ago. Tammy, right-hand side, went 14 on her first hit. A little behind that with a 56 this time, but it's green. Tower Lane with an 0:41 reaction time. At the finish line, it was Tammy there first with a 4:87. Tower Side was 5:03. Now Jason Pad for Automax. Be a single, left side of the racetrack. Pad with an 1/8 thou reaction time and 4:45 through the top end. That'll set up Brady White to make a single up the left side of the racetrack. Brady White coming up for Dirty White Boys. Pre-stage bulbs lit. And now the stage bulb. 18 on the tree. 493 at the finish. Do not believe I saw Brady White make a time trial in the opening round. So Mark Bowl coming up next. Again, left side of the racetrack. Mark Bold out of Red Deer, Alberta for Hughes Converters. Yeah, well, not sure what just happened there. A little trouble staging the car. The starter's sending them through. Couple of rad dragsters now coming up. Well, Rad and JS Power Sports. Dan Provo, the rad man himself, in the right-hand lane. Went trips on his first hit. Steve Horn, tower side. Check out the power plant. Left side of the racetrack. Provo wins the battle on the starting line, 0:40. Or no, sorry. It was Steve Horn with an 0:29 reaction time. Then goes 4:29 at the finish line. Provo follows with a 4:31. That'll set up Eric Goulden and Jan Christensen. Christensen in the Lordco lane. Goulden in the TCS lane. Goulden's 007 to start things off, then 461 at 152 miles an hour through the finish line. Jan Christensen, 33 on the tree, then 505. Now Mike Barron turning some RPM on the burnout. That thing was singing. Barron out of Edmonton. In a 2010 Spitzer chassis dragster. Bulbs are lit. 38 to start things off. One flat to the 60 foot, then 433 at 160 miles an hour through the top end. Next pair now, Dave Senio and Greg Morton. Senio, tower side. Morton, spectator side. Dave Senio, runner-up in the 20 grand to win box shootout in Edmonton just 1 month ago. Couple of red lights. Senio, the lesser offender, with a 3 thou red light. Morton was 37 red. At the finish line, it's Senio there first with a 462. Morton there second with a 496. Now a single, left side of the racetrack, Kurt Gross. From Oregon City, Oregon. Gross Family Racing. Kurt Gross with a red light start, then 480 at 144 miles an hour through the 8th mile finish line. Next pair got the burnouts done. They are ready to go. So Dwayne Ringus back up in the right lane. Four bulbs lit, here we go. Left lane, nice double 04 light. 490 at 140 miles an hour through the top end. Ringus turns it red by 10, then goes 445. So winding our way through this second round of time trials. Got a few double entries coming back for their second hit at the track. And following that, it'll be time for round one.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light.
So it looks like we've got 2 pairs of dragsters to finish off our time trials. And we will go ahead and make the call for round number 1. Double entered, no box cars. Double entered, no box. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, double entered, no box. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. So start line crew just doing a little track maintenance, giving things a little drag. As mentioned, we're down to just 4 cars left in time trials, and they are all in the back of the lanes ready to go. No box double entries, bring them down to 1 and 2. No box double entries, bring them down to 1 and 2. Single entries, you are on standby. Please be ready to go. So the tractors are coming off. That means we're going to get back to running cars down the track. Just a couple of pairs to finish off the second round of time trials, and then we roll into eliminations. So double entered, no box cars. You guys should be in lanes 1 and 2. Dialed up and ready to go. And we fire them up.
And literally, just so you know, it's one pair, two singles.
Well, there we go with the burnouts. Kevin Shearer and Don Sefton. Don Sefton for Trucktown over in the right-hand lane out of Bremerton, Washington. Shearer, Tower Side, out of Belfair, Washington. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box, single entries. No box, single entries. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box, single entries. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. And just a general reminder again as we roll into eliminations. Be very clear about what lane you are entering at the back of the staging lanes. Don Sefton, 002, then 450 at $1.55. Kevin Shearer goes red by 7, then 449 at the finish line. So when you add up all the numbers, it was Shearer to the 8th mile first by 17 thou. Down to just 2 cars now to finish off time trials for this Friday warm-up 5-grander. Mark Campbell on a single. Right-hand lane, Lordco side of the racetrack. Turns it red by 8 thou. Then goes 455. 152 miles an hour. And now our final pass down the track in this second round of time trials. Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington for Pioneer Builder Supply. Campbell with a nice 4 light. Reader board says 461, 149 miles an hour, and that completes time trials here on day number 1 of the West Coast Classic. So we have made the call for all of our no box cars. Double entries, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 or well on your way.
Hey Keith, I'm just parking the track and I'll go get my car and come up to the lane for no box. So don't run without me, please.
He's on channel 3.
Kevin, I'll tell.
Well, 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 here we go. We're going to start things off. First pair, round number 1. No box. We've got Dan Golby and we've got Monty Beagle. Monty Beagle, no stranger to the winner's circle at the Classics races. One tough customer over there in the right lane behind the wheel of his little Ford. Dan Golby behind the wheel of his little Mustang over here in the tower lane. The dials are up. Golby dialed in at 675. Beagle will be leaving second, dialed at 557. 2 bulbs lit. Golby's in first, now Beagle, here we go. Golby out front, here comes Beagle at the finish line. It is Beagle getting the win light. Takes 30 at the stripe to be 2 above and moving on. Golby was better on the starting line, 10-32. Guessing decides to give up the stripe at the finish line as he goes 83 on his 675 dial at just 93 miles an hour. And that'll set up our next pair. Dustin Ward and Daryl Tippy. Ward, tower side, behind the wheel of the Dart. Tippy with his 62 Nova over there in the Lordco lane. Clean and green, both sides. Chevy out in front. Here comes the Dodge. Chevy gets it done. 2 above the 682 dial. Got things started with a 12 thou reaction time. Ward was 18. Winds up 37 on his 33. Not good enough. Tippy moving on to round number 2. Ward off to the buyback window. Now Ryan Johnson and Dennis Winton, couple of mission regulars. Johnson, tower side, dialed in at 536 behind the wheel of the Corvette. Winton will get a big head start here, dialed 731. Oh boy. Winton turns on the win light. 001, then 2 above. Ryan Johnson takes the stripe by 33 to wind up 2 below. Johnson was solid on the starting line with a 14 light, but that put him 13 thou behind right off the bat. Now Andy Klosky and Rob Monroe. Monroe, right-hand side, dialed in at 555. Klosky predicts 612 behind the wheel of the strip teaser. Klosky out in front trying to stay there, and he does. Win light on left side. 615 on the 612 dial, good enough. Nobody was stellar on the starting line, but Klosky was better. And he moves on to round number 2. Now a couple of Mopars roll up to the line. Greg Palmer will take on Jim Benke. About 2.3 seconds will separate these two by the dials on the starting line. Benke in what is no doubt the slowest dialing car on the property here this weekend so far. Working on a 977 dial way out in front with room. Wow, backs it in to dead zero. Wow. Took 46 thou at the stripe to be 9770 on the 977 dial. Benke was less than stellar on the starting line with an 075 light. Palmer was 152, and, well, that tells the story right there. Palmer behind and under. Now Brad Burton and Kevin Garlock. Kevin Garlock out of Victoria in the right lane. 71 Camaro and a 72 Pontiac. Burton in his stalker over here tower side. Will be leaving first, dialed in at 665. We got 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Burton with the big wheels up launch. Garlock turns it red. Burton's going to round number 2. Garlock, of course, will have the option. Heading on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, right at the back of the lanes, and entering himself in the buyback round. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box door car double entries. Box door car double entries. Bring them down to lanes 1 and 2. Box door car double entries. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. And Kevin Ness is moving on to round number 2. Fred Crane turns it red by 87 thou tower side. And Ness on a freebie. Goes 741 on the 48. He was holding a little bit. So Kevin Ness moves on to round 2. Next pair rolling into the water. We're starting to see our double entries come back for their second hit. It's going to be Dustin Hunter and Monty Beagle. Dustin Hunter's been on a little bit of a roll as of late. Go back a few weeks here at Mission Raceway. He was the Sunday Door Wars winner. Actually won the top bulb portion of that event, hitting the bottom. Then went to Prince George to their little, I shouldn't call it little, their big bucks race. And had success there as well. Hunter out in front in the Ford, but the Chevy runs him down. Monty Beagle takes the stripe by 1 thou. To come up 560 on the 557 dial. Beagle with a 35 thou advantage on the starting line. Had some room to work with. Hunter crosses 1 thou behind to be 4 thou under the 578 dial. So Dustin Hunter on his way to the buyback window. So I was talking about Dustin Hunter's little run there last weekend. Event winner at the Big Bucks race in Prince George. And that wasn't the only winning he did in Prince George. He also won his entry into this race. Well, I'm going to say after all that, he can probably afford to buy back in. Give himself a second chance. I'm surprised he's not double entered. Hey, did I mention the doubles incentive program here that is part of the West Coast Classic? All double entered drivers today get put into a draw. Winner receives $500 cash. And for tomorrow and Sunday, we double that amount. So if you double enter into any single day, your name gets put in the hat. Whatever name gets drawn gets the cash. So certainly something to consider for those single entered and maybe considering double entering. So already we've seen some great stuff this morning. How about that Jim Benke character? Backs into dead zero. Well done. But I'm sure it took a well-placed horseshoe to pull that off. Attention in the pits, Ryan Johnson. Ryan Johnson, we need you back here at the lanes. Ryan Johnson, we need you in staging.
Sitting there right now.
So just almost wrapping up. First round in no box. Got a couple of cars left in the lanes. And again, we are looking for Ryan Johnson. If you're not already there, you need to get there. Little reminder to our racers, if first round didn't or doesn't go your way, you do have the option of buying yourself back into today's event. Well, not directly in. You're going to have to race other buybacks, and the winners get back into round number 2, but just $60. So we have given our doubles the appropriate amount of time to get back here to the staging lane. So we have started the process of flipping for lane choice. And we should see the next pair rolling around the corner here momentarily. Amber Rutherford and Bobby Bailey. Couple of Albertans. Amber out of Wembley, Alberta. Bobby out of Beaver Lodge. Bobby in the right lane, dialed 684. He'll get the starting line handicap. Amber Rutherford has the Mustang dialed in at 601. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Bailey turns it red by 1 stinking thou. Amber Rutherford off to round number 2. Gets a free run, goes all out, 596 on the 601 dial. There's some good data with which to move into round number 2. And that'll bring up Dylan Scott and Richard Love. Dylan Scott in the TCS lane, tower side of your racetrack. Dialed in at 649. There goes Richard Love working on a 673 dial. Love out in front trying to stay there. He does, but does not turn on the win light. Takes the stripe by 23 thou to find himself under by 7 thou, that is.
Box door car singles, please, Johnny. 3 and 4.
Attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. Box door car single entries. This is your call to the lanes. Box door car single entries to lanes 3 and 4. So Dylan Scott with the win. 52 with a 0 on the 49. Dylan Scott off to round number 2. Richard Love gonna have to cough up $60 at the buyback window if he wants to play some more. Next pair. Got the burnouts done.
And guys, just so we're on the same.
Ryan Johnson, tower side. 63 Corvette, dialed in at 534. Andrew Tofflin. Uh-oh, that didn't go well. Some kind of a trans brake malfunction, put the car in the beams, went to get on the gas, and it lurched forward. So Ryan Johnson picks up a win light.
Yes.
So tough deal for Andrew. But the good news,
Okay, I'm going down there really quick.
got the option of heading over the buyback window.
What do we call that position?
Well, yeah, she's going to, but she's also trying to fix.
You know?
Yeah.
Dustin Ward. Coming up, looks like this will be a single right-hand lane. Dustin Ward was pulled for the potential buy on his first entry. Sure enough, odd number of cars in the field here in round number 1, so Dustin Ward with the freebie. Late model Hemi under the hood with this 67 Dart. How about 008? Then 33 with a 3 on the 35 dial. Just about right where he wants to be, I would think.
Hey, can you tell Taylor?
So the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack is open for business. I would assume you missed your shot at breakfast, but they will have lunch on, I'll guarantee you that. And look at that, just about right on schedule. We said there'd be swag by noon, and there is swag by noon. Get your T&T, the classics, merchandise. Over at the Ringgold trailer, right behind the staging lanes, can't miss it. And with round 1 of No Box in the books, we roll into the first pair of box cars. George LeBlanc and Martin Rochelle. Couple of veterans at the starting line. Rochelle dialed in at 642. LeBlanc will be the chaser. Behind the wheel of his Malibu, dialed in at 557. Just 5 thou separate him on the starting line. Martin Rochelle gets it done. 18 thou at the stripe to be one above. LeBlanc giving up the finish line, winds up 560 on the 57. So Martin Rochelle coming back for round number 2. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box Dragster double entries. Box Dragster double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box Dragster double entries. Bring them down to lanes 1 and 2. Now Dan Golby and Dustin Martin. Golby, tower side, dialed 678 in the Mustang. He gets the head start. Martin dialed 577, the Honest Performance Malibu, and it is Martin moving on. 78 with an 8 on the 77 dial. Both drivers were 00. Martin picking up a 4th thou advantage with his 4 light. Golby takes 66 thou to be under by 52 thou. Now the Buckshire Pinto of Lincoln Rutherford. When we are seeing some fluids underneath the Pinto. So it looks like this is going to be a single for Justin Pad or Jason Pad. Pad dials 594. Over there in the right-hand lane, Lordco side of the racetrack. Goes 30 on the tree. And 591 through the finish line, 114 miles an hour. So a bit of a tough break for Lincoln, but I'm sure they'll get the Buckshire Pinto sorted out. Fortunate for him, there is the option of the buyback window. Now Kelsey Dufresne and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson tower side in the Rad Torque Systems Beretta. Also wants to thank JS Power Sports, Postma Farms, and AFD Petroleum. So Robinson dialed in at 493. Hands over the starting line handicap to Kelsey Dufresne. Dufresne, right-hand lane behind the wheel of the Camaro, dialed in at 531. We got us a drag race right here, let me tell you. Kelsey Dufresne gets it done. 2 above the 533 dial, taking 3 at the stripe. Had a 4th thou advantage on the starting line with his 5 thou light. Kelsey Dufresne advances to round number 2. So not sure who's behind the wheel of the pickup truck over there in the Lordco lane. We got Frankie Ward over on this side. Frankie Ward is going to round number 2. How about 77 with an 8 on the 78 dial, so under by just 2 thou. She was 7th thou on the starting line. Lordco side turned it 10 red. Now John Jenkins and Adam DeYoung. Jenkins, tower side. in the S10. DeYoung, spectator side in the Camaro. Jenkins gets it done. Had the starting line advantage, 13 to 36 at the finish line, takes 19 at the stripe to be 3 above. So John DeYoung coming up. Lordco side of the racetrack, the quickest car on the property. Well, from what we've seen so far. Dials in at 4:28. Kelly Shearer over here tower side behind the wheel, the blue S10. Dialed 695. I'm going to say Kelly's going to be approaching 330-foot cone by the time John DeYoung leaves. Kelly Shearer's away. And Kelly Shearer is moving on. Both drivers karting a 150 reaction time. Shearer was 6 thou or 5 thou better, 151 to 156. At the finish line, both cars 2 above. Kelly Shearer getting to the stripe first by 5 ten-thousandths of a second. John DeYoung coming in with a 66-mile-an-hour differential. I don't care who you are, you're not seeing that. Kevin McNichol gets around Dan Parsons. Parsons turns it red by 4 ten-thousandths of a second. McNichol was going to be trouble. 006 reaction time, winds up 645 on the 642 dial. And now Warren Jacobson and Dustin Martin. Lordco side of your racetrack behind the wheel of his 67 Chevelle. About a second and a half will separate these two on the starting line. Just 4 thou separate them at the starting line. As far as reaction times go, Jacobson's your winner, goes 28 on the 27. Taking 2 thou at the stripe.
Yes, but you have 2 minutes.
Well done.
Wait for my call. Watching all these 00 lights, I'm gonna need a lot.
So making our way through round number 1. We're just waiting on a couple of our doubles to get back here before we roll into the dragster side of things. Attention in the pits. Box dragster single entries. Box dragster single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Box dragster single entries. Bring them down to 3 and 4. Andy Hatton and Martin Rochelle, and it is Martin Rochelle moving on. 642 with a 9 on the 642 dial. Rochelle takes the stripe by 37 thousandths to be dead 9 and moving on. Neither driver stellar on the starting line, but Rochelle was definitely better. Andy Hatton off to the buyback window. Because why wouldn't you? And now we get into some dragsters. Eddie Plaisir, the final door car in this opening round, will take on Mark Campbell here in round number 1. Plaisir in that absolutely gorgeous 56 Chevy. Dialed in at 568. Mark Campbell in the right lane. Behind the wheel, the dragster. It's an 014 Mullis. Dialed in at 455. A little over 1 second will separate them by the dials. Eddie Plaisir turns it red by 18 thou. Campbell was good with an 8 light at the finish line. He goes 57 on the 55. So Plaisir off to the buyback window. Campbell off to round number 2. So we've run all of our door cars here in this opening round. So it'll be just dragsters for the next little bit. So once again, want to welcome everybody here to Mission Raceway Park, or the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park, for day 1 of the West Coast Classic. The Friday warm-up 5 grander. Robbie White and Mark Bold going to make up our next pairing. Mark Bold in the right lane. Mark got a Red Deer, Alberta, dialed in at 471. He'll be the chaser in this pairing, as Robbie White out of Calgary, Alberta, is dialed in at 493. So the burnouts are done, the dials are up. Both cars pre-staged. Brady White goes in first. Now Mark Bold. We are set. 6 thou separate them at the tree, at the finish line. It is Mark Bold moving on to above the 471 dial, taking the stripe by 2 thou. Eric Golden and Carson Campbell. Golden, left side for All Fits Auto, along with Brad's Auto. Golden will be doing the chasing, dialed in at 452. Carson Campbell in the right lane, dialed 461. This will be Airdrie, Alberta versus Olympia, Washington. More or less specifically, Canada versus USA. Just one Hun, separate them dial-wise. Golden into the 462, 461 for Carson Campbell, and it's over. Couple of 00 lights, one green, one red. Carson Campbell moves on, 006, and 62 with a 5 on the 61 dial. That'll set up our next pair. Braden Ochetois in the right lane out of Beaumont, Alberta. Jan Christensen in his new dragster. Christian, local guy, or Christensen rather, local guy, regular racer here at Mission. Christensen had the advantage on the starting line, took 33 thousandths, or yes, 33 thousandths at the finish line to be under by 2 Hun. Well, under by 11 thou more specifically. Had the starting line advantage, 005 to 021. Ochetois crosses second, dead 6. Now Jason Pad and Dwayne Ringeth. Ringeth for T&T Motorsports and the Classics. Over in the right lane. Pad over here, tower side. We are going heads up, everybody. 446, the number. Ringeth is in, waiting for Pad. There's the 4th bulb. Ringeth out in front and turns the win light on. 002 to 022. The lights. Ringeth with the advantage. The finish line. Ringeth taking the stripe by 9 thou to be 3 above. Steve Horn coming up right-hand side of the racetrack for Rad Torque Systems and JS Power Sports. Got the Hemi between the frame rails. Greg Morton over here, Tower Lane, dialed 477. Morton was 13 on the tree, and he is moving on. Under by 3 and a bit, but that's okay. Big red light in the right lane. Now Dave Senio and Dalton Giroux. Couple of Albertans from Leduc. No stranger to running each other. Senio left side, dialed in at 464. Giroux in the right lane, dialed 448. Just 1 thou separate them back here at the starting line. At the finish line, it is Dalton Giroux. Dead 7 to be 16 total. Senio at the stripe taking 24 to be 18 thou under. So Senio off to the buyback window. Giroux off to round number 2. That'll set up our next pair of dragsters, Kevin Shearer and Ed Vanderkooi. Kevin Shearer, tower side. And he's your winner. Vanderkooi turns it red by 4 10,000ths. Trip zip red light. Shearer 007, then 2 above the 449 dial. Next pair have the burnouts done, Mike Barron and Don Sefton. So Don Sefton in the Lordco lane, dialed 541 for Trucktown. Mike Barron dialed 433. Mike will be doing the chasing. Eighteen hundredths of a second separate them by the dials. 18th out difference on the starting line. At the finish line, it is Don Sefton. Dead 7 on the 451 dial, 17 total. Taking 35 at the stripe to move on. I hear race cars. We got a pair coming around the corner. Here we go, Ryan O'Connor and Dwayne Ringa. These guys aren't strangers. A couple of Albertans dialed just 5/100ths of a second apart. Ringeth will be doing the chasing in at 445, O'Connor in at 450. Just 1 thou separate them back here by reaction time at the finish line. It is Ryan O'Connor taking 310 thou. I was just corrected. Ryan O'Connor being given 310 thou at the finish line. So Ringeth exactly 2 above the 445 dial. He was 10 on the tree, had the advantage by 1 thou.
Waiting on who? So we did an over under. My dad typically.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Double entries. Your time has ended. The 10 minutes are up. We need you back here now.
The lights.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Kurt Gross and Dalton Giroux. Just 7 hun will separate them by the dials. Giroux will be out in front. Gross will be doing the chasing. Giroux dialed. Oh no, sorry. Little bit of dyslexia creeping in there. Giroux's dialed 448, so it'll be Gross doing the leading. He's dialed at 481. He'll get to lead first. Kurt Gross out of Oregon City, Oregon. Giroux out of Leduc, Alberta. Win light on for Dalton, taking 18 thousandths at the finish line. To be 3 above. With 17 on the tree, Kurt Gross missed it with a 58. So Kurt will have the option of heading on over to the Diva desk, buying himself into the buyback round. Now, Stephanie Nass and Mark Campbell. Stephanie Nass from Canby, Oregon. Mark Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. Sure is great to see so many Americans coming back up here to Mission Raceway. Nass dialed in at 491. Mark Campbell, 456. Stephanie Nass gets it done. 14 thou on the line, 1 above at the finish line, taking 31. Now Dawn Sefton and Tammy Peugeot. Tammy, tower side for Rad Torque Systems, dialed in at 488. Don Sefton for Trucktown, dialed in at 451. Four bulbs lit. And Tammy Peugeot rocks it right on to round number 2. She was 005 on the starting line. Sefton was 17 and in a little bit of trouble at the finish line. Peugeot there first by 22 thou to go 89-1 on the 88. Well done, Tammy. Here comes Dan Provo, Mr. Rad Torque Systems himself. Gonna line up with Carson Campbell. Carson in the right lane. Dialed in at 462, Dan Provo. Tower side, dialed in at 431. Six thou separate them at the starting line. It is going Carson Campbell's way. 464 on the 462, taking 50 at the stripe. Dan was behind on the starting line, then came up weak on the 431 dial. No doubt giving up the stripe at the finish line. So it'll be Dan heading on over to the Diva desk to buy himself back in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box buybacks. No box buybacks. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. No box buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. Brady White and Jan Christensen. Brady White will be doing the chasing. Dialed 496. Christensen in with a 506. Christensen's moving on. Brady White turns it 20 red. Christensen was 18 green. And at the finish line, under by 8/10,000ths to be exact. 559 with a 2 on the, or sorry, 5059 with a 2 on the 506 dial. That'll bring up Kaylee Morton and Kevin Shearer. Kevin Shearer in the right lane. Dialed 450. Kaylee Morton will leave first, dialed 498. Four bulbs lit, here we go. 20 thou advantage on the starting line for one of these cars, and it is not your winner. Shearer was behind on the starting line with his 28 light. Kaylee was double 08, but could not convert that to a win at the finish line. Took 56 at the stripe to be under by 17.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
Mike Kenworthy and Ryan O'Connor will make up our next pairing. Connor's got the burnout done. He's backing up. Kenworthy in the dark car, holding off for just a little bit. Kenworthy dialed in at 540. Ryan O'Connor predicts 449. Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington. And that 1992 Firebird wants to thank Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart. So a little correction to the dial in left lane. Kenworthy dialed 548. So he'll be leaving well ahead. Pre-stage bulbs lit both sides. Who's going in first? It's Kenworthy. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Eighth thou advantage for your winner. Ryan O'Connor was 13 to Mike Kenworthy's 21 on the starting line. Kenworthy taking 34 at the stripe to be under by 19. So that will complete round number 1. Coming up next, buyback round. Just one of the great things about the classics, well, in my opinion anyway, I love the idea of a buyback round, especially the way it's done here. Not a big fan of buyback programs that put you directly into round two. You simply pay your money and you're in round two. Much prefer this system where you pay your money, and buybacks, race buybacks, only the winners advance into round two. So there is still time. If round one didn't go your way, just head on over to the Diva desk, as they like to call it. You can buy yourself back into the buyback round. Give yourself another chance. So we are just about ready to roll into this buyback round. So we very much appreciate all the support we get here for running the classics, T&T Motorsports. This weekend's event presented by Rad Torque Systems and A. Tristan Plumbing. A. Tristan Plumbing, Lower Mainland's plumbing and heating leader. Kirk Lance, thank you very much. And of course, Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems, a huge supporter of drag racing here at Mission in Division 6 and beyond. Also, Artex Racing. John DeYoung and family is a staple in the racing community, racing multiple cars in multiple classes. Huge classic supporters and great people. Pathmaker Service Company. Pathmaker is the oil and gas industry leader in casing running. Huge thank you for their support as the No Box Shootout sponsor of the Classics in 2023. Pro One Safety Canada. Pro One Safety is the industry leader in safety equipment. Presenters of our Champions Club jackets for all shootout winners at the Classics since inception. Please support them for all your safety needs. How about This Is Bracket Racing Elite? The choice of champions. Want to improve your on-track performance? Check out the This Is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple world time champion big buck bracket racer Luke Bukaki and Justin Lamb. Who's Your Tire? The premier choice for drag racing and street tires. Royal Projects Inc. Big or small, they do it all. Pickers of all sizes and custom camp construction projects. Owned by racer James Rutherford with a new branch now open in Kelowna. Also, Competitive Suspension, one of the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. CSN LJ Auto Body. The Edmonton area's leading body shop. From custom work to fixing fender benders, you can rely on Vince and the gang at CSN LJ for all your paint and bodywork needs. JS Power Sports, the Lower Mainland's horsepower headquarters. From side-by-sides to pro mods, Jay and his crew can do it all. The Mona LaHaye Group, Remax Elite. Edmonton's experts in real estate. Check them out at horsepowerranch.com. George's Classics and Custom Auto, located in the Creston area. Your custom car and restoration expert, George LeBlanc. Bel Air Power, Alberta and BC's compression and gas technology leaders. Race Digital Delay, the best in race car electronics, digital delay. Available through T&T Motorsports. Abaco Drilling Technologies, oil and gas leader in power section technology. Also, Meridyne HP Fans, industry leaders in cooling down your ride. No matter the application, Meridyne has a fan that will work for you. Spring Fling Bracket Races, the gold standard of bracket races. Peter and Emily Biondo are the inspiration for the classics. Check them out at bracketraces.com to experience the best bracket races in the sport. Team PRS, another industry leader in shock technology. Adam and team at PRS have what you need to make your car flat out work. DC Signs, the official signage partner of the Classics. DC, based out of Leduc, can do it all from commercial to your race car operation. They have what it takes to bring your ideas to life. FTI Performance. Winners rely on FTI. Get the track-proven advantage today. Available through T&T Motorsports. Driven Racing Oil. Driven lubricants are the best on the market. Trusted by engine builders, racers, and motorsports enthusiasts everywhere. Get with T&T for all your Driven Racing Oil needs. Bears Performance, Canada's manufacturer of quality chassis, suspension, and driveline components. BearsPerformance.com. Crane Classics. Fred and Debbie Crane, longtime classic supporters. Infinity Coach, the West Coast RV care provider. Infinity Coach offers a wide range of services encompassing the exterior, systems, and interior aspects of motor coach construction. Don't want to forget about Bracket Life brand, as well as the Golf Cart People, the official golf cart supplier of the Classics. They have a demo unit that you will see at the Classics ripping around this year, featuring their slick lithium battery upgrades that has over 50 miles of runtime and some other very cool features. Swing by and ask about all the custom options the Golf Cart People have to offer. You can find them online at golfcartpeople.com. Finally, Valley Tech Production is the official live stream provider of the Classics. And the live stream brought to us this weekend by JBS. So big shout out to JBS and all the supporters of the Classics. Not only the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip, but also the Oil City Classic, which took place in Edmonton about a month ago, as well as the Summer Classic, which will take place in Medicine Hat in about 1 month's time. So speaking of the Classics, lots of new merch available for 2023. You can check all that out at the Ringgoth trailer, located right at the back of the staging lanes. If you drive into the staging lanes, simply turn around 180 degrees and there you go. Well, here we go. First pair of the buyback round. Greg Palmer and Bobby Bailey in the right lane. Greg Palmer in the left. Palmer is your winner. Takes 15 at the stripe to be 5 above. Had the advantage on the starting line, 13 to 53. Hey, listen up in the pits. We're looking for our one and only Hey, listen up in the pit. Box, door car buybacks. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Box, door car buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Andrew Tofflin gets around Fred Crane. Crane was pretty awesome on the starting line with a 009 light. Then took 84 at the stripe to be under by 14 thou. So Andrew Tofflin moves on to round number 2. Fred will have the option of the second chance race. Dustin Hunter gets the win late. Goes 79 on the 77. Golby was better on the starting line, but could not convert that into a win. Hunter at the stripe by 3 thou. Now Dustin Ward and Richard Love. Love in the right lane. The black S10 dialed 674. Dustin Ward behind the wheel of his dart dialed 636. $28 thou separate him at the starting line, and well, that converts to a win for Dustin Ward. Takes 9 thou at the stripe to be 13 thou above the 636 dial. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We'll now make the call for our lone box dragster double buyback. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. So box dragster double buyback. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Rob Monroe with the buy here in the buy round, in the buyback round. 4 no box goes 565 on the 559 dial, was read by 8 thou.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
folks at home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the win light.
Destination here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay of that about Valley Tech Production.
This is just the beginning, folks. We'll now make the call for box single buybacks. Dragsters to 1 and 2. No, 3 and 4. So we'll try that again, maybe a little clearer. Box dragster single buybacks. This is your call to 3 and 4. Box dragsters single buybacks. Bring them down to 3 and 4. Here we go, buyback round for boxcars. Eddie Plaisir and George LeBlanc make up our first pair. A couple of Chevrolets, LeBlanc in the right lane. Behind the wheel of a 66 Chevelle. Plaisir Chevrolet over here in the tower lane, 10 years older. LeBlanc turns the win light on, 12 up front, then dead 8. Taking 38 at the stripe. Eddie Plaisir was also dead 8 on the 69 dial, but was 051 up front. The Buckshire Pinto, Lincoln Rutherford back up here. A bit of a tough break in first round. He didn't really do anything to lose the race other than he was dropping a little bit of fluid on the track, so they sent him back. Oh, man. Lincoln Rutherford, 001 red. So a little bit of a on-track incident. Safety is responding. What ended up happening? I didn't see it actually happen, but dropping some fluid the last time he was up. So maybe that's a possibility too.
He has like every shift. He's like, John, you wanna watch this?
Yes.
I won't start it.
Want to see it?
I'll go back. Okay.
Hey Brian, you want to see it?
I paused it. Is anybody else coming? Yep, he's coming. Okay.
So once again, safety is up beyond the finish line, dealing with the little on-track incident. Lincoln Rutherford did make contact with the wall, left side of the racetrack. That's all the details I've got so far, but we'll be keeping you posted. Well, safety up there just doing a little cleaning up. Good news, driver is okay. Lincoln is fine. Hopefully the car's not too bad. So we'll just be a few more minutes here before we get back to running cars. So safety up there working hard to get the track back to where we need it to be. From what I'm hearing, no fluids, just debris. So we shouldn't be too much longer before we get back to running cars. Well, thanks to all the hard work by the staff here at Mission, along with the T&T Motorsports crew, we are ready to get back to racing. So we got a pair of cars in the water box. Mike Kenworthy and Dan Parsons. Kenworthy, Tower Side, TCS Lane. 1992 Firebird dialed in at 546. He's going to be doing the chasing. Dan Parsons in the right lane behind the wheel of his 70 Duster, dialed in at 679. Buyback round action. And it's Dan Parsons with the win light on. 009. Then taking 13 at the stripe to be 85 on the 79. Now Dustin Martin and Jay Severston. Severston in the Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Right lane, dialed in at 498. Dustin Martin will be leaving first in the Honest Performance Chevelle, dialed in at 577. Dustin Martin turns it 5 thou red. Jay Severston was less than stellar on the starting line with a 1:46 reaction time, but he's through the buyback round and off to round number 2. Couple of first-gen Camaros now. The white 67 of Adam DeYoung over here, Tower Side. Dialed at 542. Andy Hatton in the Grinch for Bubba's Speed Shop, Titanium and Taves Roofing. In the Lordco lane, dialed in at 527. Oh boy, they left at the same time and they weren't supposed to. There's an easy round win for Andy Hatton. Hatton was 003, Adam DeYoung was 058 and in trouble. Now Dan Golby and John DeYoung. John DeYoung dialed 430. Dan Golby dialed 675. 2.45 seconds separate these two by the dial. And there's going to be a whole bunch of mile per hour difference between these two as well at the finish line. And John DeYoung turns it red by 16 thou. Dan Golby is moving on. Golby on a freebie, runs it out, goes 74-0 on the 75 dial. And now a couple of dragsters. Robbie White and Dwayne Ringeth. Dwayne Ringeth for T&T Motorsports in the Classics. In the right lane, dialed 448. He'll be the chaser. Robbie White will be the chasee, dialed in at 496. Robbie White, 009 green. Dwayne Ringeth, 003 red. Just for fun at the finish line, it was Ringeth getting there first by 1/10 thou. To be 4th thou off the dial. Tough break for Dwayne. He was almost awesome. Now Jan Christensen and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy, right lane, dialed 468. Christensen, left lane, dialed 506. Christensen won the battle on the line, but at the finish line takes 58 thou to be under by 2. Ouch. Vanderkoy was 55 on the tree. Certainly left himself wide open to the loss, but managed to get the win light. Dave Senio gets the win light. Picked up 20 on the starting line. Steve Horn getting to the stripe first by 5 thou, but in doing so goes 14 thou under the 433 dial. Senio was 64 with a 0 on the 63 and moving on. Now Jason Pad and Mark Campbell. Jason Pad, tower side, dialed 451. Campbell slightly slower, dialed 458. Pad with the starting line advantage and the win light. Check this out. One total. 451 with a 0 on the 451 dial. He was 001 to start that pass off. So Jason Pad moves on to round number 2 in fine fashion. Mark Campbell was pretty decent, but when you're up against a one total package, man, I don't like your chances. So just about complete the buyback round.
Hang on, Richard.
The results of which will send the winners into round 2. The losers will have the option of jumping into the second chance race, which will start following round 3.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light.
Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay of that about Valley's after that.
This is just the beginning, folks. Hey, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. No box double entries. No box double entries for round number 2. We'll take you now in lanes 1 and 2. No box double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We've had a report of a dog in a vehicle. Now, the report includes the fact that the windows are rolled down, but that's not good enough. So we got a little more info, specifically a gray truck over on the spectator side behind the bleachers, license plate number PR 1279. So we need you to attend to that situation, or we'll be forced to. Now, what I mean by that is your dog just might become our tower mascot for the day. It's nice and cool. It's air conditioned up here. I'm sure he'll love it. Attention in the pits. No box single entries. No box single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. We'll take no box singles to 3 and 4. And apparently, not all of our no box doubles are in 1 and 2 yet. So, no box doubles, we need you in 1 and 2. No box singles, you have been called to 3 and 4. All right, moving right along through the buyback round, Kurt Gross and Brady White. Kurt Gross, tower side, Brady White, the spectator lane, and it is Brady White with the win light on. 97 with a 9 on the 93, good enough to get it done. Kurt Gross gave up, well, just 6 thou on the starting line. White was 4 thou. Kurt Gross 10 thou at the finish line. Gross goes 81 with a 9 on the 83 dial to take 53 and be under by 10 thou. So Brady White off to round number 2. Kurt Gross can jump in the second chance race. So the second chance race, a new addition to the Classics for 2023. Basically what happens is this. If by the end of round 3 you find yourself out of competition, you can jump in the second chance race. And as we move on through the latter rounds, we kind of use the second chance competitors as filler while we're waiting for our cars to come back for their main event rounds. End of the day, doesn't really add any extra time to the day, yet gives competitors another opportunity should they find themselves at a competition a little earlier than they'd planned. So Eric Golden with the bye. Automatic winner. He's going to round 2. 465 is the prediction. 23 light and 464 with an 8 at the finish line. And that's going to do it for the buyback round. So we've now fully established who will be in round number 2.
Please bring me a monster when he comes up for these run sheets.
Well, here we go with round number 2. Round 1 and the buyback round now in the books. Our first pairing of round number 2. Dylan Scott, tower, Dustin Ward, spectator side. Dylan Scott out of Kamloops. The 1970 Gray Chevelle dialed in at 654. Dustin Ward will be doing the chasing behind the wheel of his Dart, dialed in at 638. Scott turns it red. Dustin Ward off to round number 3. On a freebie, runs it out, goes 636 on the 638 dial. And that brings us to this pairing, Amber Rutherford and Monty Beagle. Beagle in the right lane, behind the wheel of his little Ford Coupe. Amber driving her 66 Mustang. Dialed in at 597. Just 4,000 separate them by reaction times. At the finish line, it is Monty Beagle. Beagle comes up 563 on the 560 dial. Amber at the stripe first, but under by 7 thousandths of a second. Now Daryl Tippy and Kevin Ness. Tippy in the right lane, dialed 686 behind the wheel of the Nova. Kevin Ness driving his Malibu wagon, dialed in at 783. And Tippy's your winner, 91 on the 86, good enough to get it done. Ness was a little tardy on the starting line. Manages to nail the 743 dial, dead on with a 6. Now Andy Klosky and Andrew Toftland. Was it Toftland? Not sure. Couple of green lights. Finish line says it's Andrew moving on to round number 3. So we're still missing some no box cards. Hey, no box, we've it's been quite some time now since we called you to the lanes. You're gonna miss the call if you don't get here quick. No box, final call. You need to be in the staging lanes. Dustin Hunter and Ryan Johnson. Dustin Hunter behind the wheel of his 64 Ford Falcon. My mouth just wanted to say Fairlane. I don't know why. Hunter goes red by 69. Johnson goes red by 30. So it's Johnson moving on. Just for good measure, Johnson. Dead 8 on the 534 dial. I watched Hunter leave and I said, oh, that's red.
How many cars you got in the lanes?
Well, this should be fun. Jim Benke and Brad Burton. Benke driving his backup car. The 69 CUDA, currently out of commission. So he's putting a little Plymouth Scamp to work this weekend. Dialed in at 979. Brad Burton in his NHRA Stock Eliminator Legal 1972 Pontiac Firebird. Dialed in at 669. So 3.1 seconds. And apparently that was too long because Burton turned it red by 1 thou. Benke was 17 on the tree. And on a freebie goes 72 on the 79. I'm going to take a wild guess and say he wasn't planning to hold 7. So a couple of red lights. Greg Palmer was the lesser offender. He was moving on. And now our doubles coming back. Dustin Ward and Monty Beagle. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box door card double entries. Box door card double entries. Come on down to 1 and 2. Box door card double entries. This is your call to 1 and 2. And Beagle's moving on. Dustin Ward goes dead 6 on the 38 dial, but to no avail. Monty Beagle was 10 on the tree. Dustin was 45. Beagle's moving on. 62 with a 1 on the 61 dial. And Dennis Winton with the bye here in round number 2. 1966 Bel Air wagon. Win 003. And you might want to save that for next round.
No, we organize it by reaction. What's the over-under on the diff shitting its guts out at 2,000 or
Hey, listen up in the pits. Door car single entries. Door car single entries. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Box door car single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Hey, listen up in the pit. Box dragster doubles. Box dragster doubles. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2.
We're just gonna do some drag. Did anybody hear Brian?
He's right in front of the tower.
We can roll up to the next line, but we're just gonna do some drag. Probably drag it up and down twice in each lane.
If they're looking for Brian, he's right there.
On the phone.
Brian is
Oh,
in
okay,
his
I didn't
car.
see that.
Yeah. Never with the radio. I'm in the track field. I love when track people. It's my favorite part. It's my favorite part. Like, yeah, the guy that I need.
Yeah.
That doesn't have a radio.
Yeah.
Love this. Willie, we are not in the middle of a round. This is the beginning of the box. Willie, the thing is, we're gonna go to Preston before the box.
So we'll make another call for box dragster double entries. Box dragster double entries. We need you to 1 and 2. Box dragster double entries. Come on down to 1 and 2. So after just a little bit of surface maintenance, we are ready to run cars once again. So second round in no box is complete. Here's our first pair in box. Dan Golby doing a little burnout. I think Golby might have dried out his spot with that burnout. Didn't really get any smoke on the tires on the second attempt. So Golby in the Mustang, tower side, dialed 675. Martin Rochelle, the old trusty Malibu. Lordco side, just 1 thou separate them on the tree. Look at that. 23 on the line, then dead zero, taking 110 thou at the stripe. Martin Rochelle, dead one on the 644 dial. He was at 22 light. Golby again, 23 on the starting line, then dead zero, taking 110 thou at the stripe. Now that there was a drag race. Frankie Ward and Jason Pad now. Francesca, tower side of the racetrack, dialed 579. She'll be doing the chasing. Jason Pad. In that very cool little Chevy Love pickup truck, dialed 596. Thinking it's not looking good for Frankie. Pad with some room up there, crosses the line on the brakes, goes 98 on the 96 dial. He was 18 on the tree, which gave him 56 thou to play with. Now Kevin McNichol and Jay Severston. McNichol for Lucas Oil. In the red Nova. McNichol 009 and turning the wind light on. At the finish line, 14 thou above the 644 dial. So McNichol moves on. Severston will have the option of jumping in the second chance race. So just a little reminder to everybody, following the completion of round 3, we will go into round 1 of the second chance race. So if you want to be a part of that, you got to head over to the Diva desk or the T&T Motorsports trailer and get yourself entered. Kelly Shearer and Kelsey Dufresne. Kelly Shearer turns on the wind light. 3 above. Kelly was 17 on the starting line. Kelsey's lights started with a 1, unfortunately. Warren Jacobson and George LeBlanc. LeBlanc in the very orange Chevelle. Georgie turns it red by 2 thou. Warren Jacobson is moving on. Winds up 731 with a 4 on the 728 dial. Johnny Jenkins for West Coast Building Restoration. Jenkins in the LOS 10, tower side, dialed in at 685. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque Systems, dialed in at 496. Johnny out of power way before the finish line. He is pulling it over. And looks like slowly bringing it to a stop. Well, maybe not.
I think he's under power still.
So not sure what happened to John Jenkins, but Scott Robinson will be a player in round number 3. All right, next pair, Andy Hatton and Dustin Martin. Dustin Martin, right-hand lane, dialed 579 in the GM Honest Performance Chevelle. Andy Hatton behind the wheel of his 69 Camaro. He calls the Grinch, dialed 527. Andy's your winner. He was a solid 12 on the tree. Dustin Martin turned it red by 5 thou. Martin goes 79 with a 0 on the 79 dial. Andy Hatton on a freebie runs it out 529 on the 527 dial. Attention in the pits. Box single entry dragsters. Box dragster single entries. Let's get you guys moving to 3 and 4. Box single entry dragsters. Let's get you in lanes 3 and 4.
Listen. I'm going to show you. Listen, who has
So moving right along, just had to wait for some of our doubles to come back for their second time around. Martin Rochelle being one of those guys. So these two guys run each other pretty regularly. Dan Parsons and Martin Rochelle, both regulars here at Mission. Both regulars in Super Pro and both regulars in Super Combo. So Martin Rochelle, right-hand lane, dialed 644. Dan Parsons, 683. So Dan Parsons making use of the throttle stop. Martin Rochelle isn't. Martin Rochelle turns on the win light. Had a 51 thou starting line advantage. That made all the difference he needed. Took 27 at the stripe to be 2 above the 644 dial. Dan Parsons nails the dial. Dead 2 on the 683. Dave Senio and Carson Campbell be our first pair of dragsters here in round number 2. Campbell in the right lane dialed 463. Senio in the left lane dialed 464. Just a hun separate them. Watch the starting line closely. If it looks like Campbell in the right lane leaves first, well, you can pretty much call him your winner. Dave Senio is moving on. Exactly 1 above the 464 dial. Picked up a 3 thou starting line advantage with his 18 thou light. Good enough to get the job done. Carson Campbell. Off the gas at the finish line. Getting behind. 67 on the 63, but to no avail. All right, got some new batteries in the microphone. Jason Pad and Dalton Giroux make up our next pair. 2 Huns separate them by the dials. Pad, the chasee at 451. Giroux, the chaser, at 449. thou difference on the starting line. It is Dalton DeRoe turning on the win light. 450 with a 6 on the 449 dial. Pad taking 19 at the stripe to be under by 6-10 thou. Oh, man. Now Ryan O'Connor and Mark Campbell. Alberta versus Washington. O'Connor, tower side. O'Connor's your winner. 002 to the good. Campbell, 003 to the bad. O'Connor runs it out, I'm assuming. Goes 452 with a 3 on the 452 dial to be 5 total. Not bad. Next pair, Kevin Shearer and Mark Bold got the burnouts done, making their way into the beams. Mark Bold will be leaving first, dialed in at 473. Kevin Shearer will have to chase, dialed at 451. Bold in the right lane. So, trouble for Mark Bold, was not able to hold it in the beams. No idea what happened. But Kevin Shearer is moving on to round 3. That much I can tell you. Now Robbie White and Braden Ochetois. Couple of Albertans. Robbie White in the Dirty White Boys car down 495, and he is moving on. Ochetois turns it red by 4 thou. White was game with a 008 light at the finish line on a freebie. Goes 495 with a 7 on the 495 dial to be 15 total. Pretty stout. Now Jan Christensen. Had to refire the car after the burnout. That's all right. Christensen will be tower side, dialed in at 505. Ed Vanderkoy in the right lane. Sport and Fenders. Vanderkoy in at 468. Well, nobody was stellar on the starting line, but Vanderkoy was a little better, and he gets the win light at the finish line. Vanderkoy taking the stripe by 6 thou to be 71 on the 68. Christensen also 3 above, but 12 thou behind on the starting line. Sefton red by 8 thou. Golden's moving on. There's a 25 light, then 63 with a 1 on the 65 dial.
How are we doing in the lanes? Everybody stacked up and left again?
Oh, yeah?
So we're going to make the first call to give away some awards. We've got Best Losing Package awards for every round. So I've got 4 names that I'm going to call out, and we need you to make your way to the T&T trailer, not the tower. You need to go to the trailer, not the tower. And we don't necessarily need you to come up right away, but we would like you to fit it in as soon as you possibly can, as was discussed in the drivers' meeting. What we don't want to wind up with is being behind on all this kind of stuff as we get further into the weekend. So we are looking for Dustin Ward, Dan Golby, Mark Campbell, and Scott Robinson. So those 4 names once again: Dustin Ward, Dan Golby, Mark Campbell, and Scott Robinson. At your earliest convenience, we would very much appreciate you reporting to the T&T Motorsports trailer. We'll take your picture and give you your award. So those 4 names one more time: Dustin Ward, Dan Golby, Mark Campbell, and Scott Robinson. All right. The wait is over. Next pair rolling into the water. All right. Here we go. Carson Campbell and Tammy Peugeot. Tammy, tower side of the racetrack. For Rad Torque Systems. In the car that's called the Beach Ball. Tammy dialed in at 489. Carson Campbell in the right-hand lane, the Lordco lane, dialed in at 465. So Tammy will be the chasee. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Carson Campbell, your winner. So Carson Campbell with a 52 light. Fair bit of room up top. Takes 10 thou at the stripe to move on. So Tammy will have the option of jumping in the second chance race. Once again, our second chance race, new for 2023. Open to anyone no longer in competition following the completion of round number 3. Just to be clear on that, if you are double entered and have only lost one of your entries, you are not eligible to enter the second chance race. Only for those completely out of competition. Attention in the pits. No box, double entries. This is your call to the staging lane. No box, double entries. Apparently we're down to just one. So no box, double entries. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Kaylee Morton and Dalton Giroux. Kaylee Morton, tower side. For GT Gas, CTI, Shoreline Products, and EM3. Kaylee dialed 475. Will be leaving first. Dalton Giroux in the right lane. For CSN LJ Auto Body. Dialed in at 449. So Dalton Giroux left second. He was 13 thou behind, but at the finish line, he was also behind for the win. Kaylee Morton takes 85 at the stripe to be under by 38 thou. 471 with a 2 on the 475 dial. Giroux very safe, 52 on the 49 and moving on. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. No box, single entries. No box, single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. No box, single entries. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box, single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Couple more dragsters ready to do battle. Stephanie Nass and Ryan O'Connor. Well, O'Connor's your winner. It's 31 on the tree. A little less than spectacular, but Stephanie Nass turned it red by 2 thou. Monty Beagle, we need you in the staging lanes. Monty Beagle, you need to be in either lane 1 or 2. Beagle, our lone remaining double entry in no box. Kevin Shearer gets around Brady White. Brady White had the starting line advantage. Kevin Shearer to the stripe first by 7/10,000ths of a second. 52 with a 5 on the 52 dial. Moving on. Dwayne Ringeth with the bye. 449 the prediction. Ringeth running in the right lane, goes 004 to start things off. 446 at the finish line. So just a little reminder for anybody who had things not go their way in these opening rounds. Second chance race is an option for you. Just $100 will get you in. 80% payback. Now, why wouldn't you? You're here. And again, the second chance race will start following the completion of round 3 of the main event and is open to anyone no longer in competition. Just to be clear on that, to give you an example, if you were double entered today and lost one of your entries, you are not eligible to jump in that race. You must be completely out of competition. Now, how do you get in? Very simple. Just head over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, located at the back of the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Box door cars. Box door cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take box door cars in lanes 1 and 2. Box door cars. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for box door cars. Here we go. No box, round number 3. Monty Beagle over there in the right lane, our lone racer with 2 entries remaining in the no box category. Beagle in his very familiar 33 Ford Coupe over there in the right lane, dialed in at 562. Going to take on Greg Palmer. Palmer, tower side, behind the wheel of his Challenger. Predicts he's going to go 757. Palmer turns it red by just 9 thou. I watched him leave. I was wondering, it's either going to be a little bit red or awesome. And it was a little bit red. Beagle gets a freebie. He was 41 up front, then 63 on the 62. Next pair coming around the corner, Ryan Johnson and Dennis Winton. Couple of Chevys. Dennis Winton, Lordco side of the racetrack. In the big wagon. Dialed 734. Ryan Johnson in the TCS lane. Dialed 535. Winton in the right lane, Johnson in the left. About 1.8 seconds will separate them on the starting line. Winton will get a hefty head start. Johnson will then have to try and run him down. Ryan Johnson is your winner. Johnson was 60 on the tree, but that still gave him a 21 thou advantage at the finish line. He was there first by 33 thou to wind up 36 with an 8 on the 35 dial. That'll bring up Dustin Ward and Darrell Tippy. Canada versus the USA. Tippy out of Surrey, BC. Dustin from just a little south of here in Washington. Wow. These no-box guys just tearing the tree apart. Dustin Ward was pretty awesome with a 005, but Tippy was trip zip with a 1. Dustin Ward takes 9 thou to be under by 1 thou. Pretty tight race right there, let me tell you. Now Andrew Tothland and Jim Benke. Benke's already left. Tothland patiently waits. At the finish line, it's the Camaro. Benke taking 24 thou at the stripe to be under by 3. Tothland with the starting line advantage, 11 to 19. Once again, pretty tight drag race. So that puts round number 3 for the no-box guys in the books. Next up will be our box door cars. So just a little reminder about the second chance race. If you find yourself on the outside of competition, head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Go see Blaine. He'll get you on the entry list for the second chance race. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box, dragster, double entries. Come on down to 1 and 2. Box, dragster, double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2. So a couple local guys going to face off. They've done this a number of times before in Super Pro here, regular points competition admission. Kevin McNichol and Martin Rochelle. So just 2 100ths of a second will separate them by the dials. Well, nobody's winning it on the starting line as they were exact. Martin Rochelle takes 62 thou at the stripe to be under by 9 thou. Matching reaction times, both 16 with a 1 lights. Now Dan Golby and Jason Pad. Golby left side, Pad in the right lane. Golby dialed 675, Jason Pad predicts 594. Oh boy. Not sure what happened to Pad, but his light started with an 8. Golby was trip zip with a 2 on the starting line. Now Kelly Shearer and Scott Robinson. Shearer tower side in the S10. 698 the dial. Scott Robinson dialed 496 behind the wheel of the Beretta. And it's Kelly Shearer with the win light. How about an 11 light and then dead zero at the finish line, taken 20. Kelly Shearer with an 11 pack moves on. Scott Robinson had a 2 light, so the possibility was there to fit inside of that 11 pack. However, that did not take place. Wound up 2 above the 496 dial. That'll bring up Andy Hatton and Warren Jacobson. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box single entered dragsters. This is your call. Box single entered dragsters. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. Box single entered dragsters. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Jacobson, the purple and white Nova, says he's going 730. Hatton predicts 527 in the Camaro. And it's Andy Hatton with the win light on. Jacobson takes the stripe by 33 thou to be under by 5 thou. Andy Hatton plenty safe on the 27 dial with a 531 up there on the reader board. Andy Hatton 001 on the starting line. Warren Jacobson solid at 20, but 19 behind at that point. Monty Beagle scores the bye with his second entry. How close does he get to the 561? How about 62 with a 7? That'll do.
Yeah, and we'll get the printouts for no box. Because that ends around.
So that officially puts round 3 in the books for no box. I know I already stated that happened, but at that moment I was unaware that Monty Beagle was coming back for his second entry and had the bye. Box dragster single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Box single entered dragsters. Come on down to 3 and 4.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light.
Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Well, not everybody has to listen, but specifically Dan Golby has to listen. Dan Golby, listen up. Get yourself cooled down. Unfortunately, you're going to have to rerun Jason Pad. There was a tree malfunction that has been confirmed, so that is going to be a rerun. So Jason Pad is already aware of that situation. Dan Golby, get yourself cooled down and back up to the lanes as soon as you can. We're going to have to rerun that round. Or not that round, that pairing, rather. And we roll into some dragster competition. Robbie White and Dalton Giroux. Dalton in the right lane, dialed 450. Behind the wheel of the CSN LJ Auto Body dragster. Robbie White dialed 495. Behind the wheel of the Dirty White Boys dragster. Just 4 thou separate them on the starting line. At the finish line, it is Robbie White moving on. 96 with a 0 on the 95 dial. Giroux was 51 with a 3 on the 50 dial. So it was Robbie White at the finish line first by 7 thou and moving on to round number 4. Now Ryan O'Connor and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy in at 469. O'Connor, tower side in at 452. Double O lights both sides. Unfortunately for Ryan O'Connor, his was red. Vanderkoy 006. Then 71 on the 69, crossing second. Now Kevin Shearer and Dwayne Ringeth. Shearer over here on the tower side. Dialed in at 452. Ringeth dialed 300s quicker at 449. Burnouts are done. Both drivers bumping their way into the beams. Top bulbs are lit, both sides. Ringeth rolls in first. Now Shearer, that's 4 bulbs. Here we go. Dwayne Ringeth taking 19 at the stripe to be 1 above the 449 dial. He had the advantage on the starting line by 27 thou. Shearer was 32, Ringeth 005. Now Dave Senio and Carson Campbell. Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. Pioneer Builder Supply in the right lane, dialed 466. Senio dialed in at 463 at the finish line. It's Carson Campbell with the win light on. Picked up 18 thou on the starting line with his 3 light at the finish. He's 67 with a 1 on the 66 dial. Senio crossing second and under, on the safe side of the 463 dial with a 465. So we are nearing the end of round 3. And that will be your deadline, so to speak, to get in on the second chance race. Once again, open to anyone no longer in competition after 3 rounds. Very simple to enter. Just head on over to the Diva desk. Give them $100 or have them add it to your tab. And a little reminder to you dragster guys. Need to send a crew member over. Let somebody know, or have somebody let us know at the T&T Motorsports trailer that you do intend to run the second chance race. If you're anywhere near back of the line in a dragster, maybe a good idea to get that done before you actually run. So speaking of that, I've just been told there are only 3 no-box entries in the second chance race. Seems kind of surprising to me. Not sure if you had other plans for this afternoon, but why wouldn't you jump in there? So again, if you have any intention of doing so, the time to do so is now. So here we go with a rerun here from round 3. Dan Golby and Jason Pad up to do it once again. Jason Pad in the right lane, dialed 594 behind the wheel of the Chevy Love pickup truck. Golby says he's going 675 in his Mustang. Golby gets it done. 002 to 027 the lights. At the finish line, both drivers 2 above. Golby taking the stripe by 22 and moving on to round number 4. So I'm pretty sure Jason Pad is also out of competition in his dragster, so that frees him up to jump in the second chance race. Hey, listen up, double-entered dragsters. You're down to 3 minutes to get back to the lanes. So we are currently using the 15-minute rule. And 12 of those have expired. So double-entered dragsters, we need you back here. Attention in the pits. No box, second chance. No box, second chance. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box, second chance. We need you now. No box, second chance. Come on down to the staging lanes. So the T&T crew will be at the back of the staging lanes. So no box, second chance racers. This is your call to the lanes. We're going to use one of the outside lanes to line you up. Casey's back there. Get you where you need to be. Lane number 5. So, box racers, you are running out of time to get yourself entered into that second chance race.
Confirming you heard the sit and wait for a second chance.
Here we go. Eric Goulden, Dalton Giroux. Finish line says it is Dalton Giroux moving on. 23 thou up front.
No, he cannot.
Taking 4 thou at the stripe to be 51 on the 50. Goulden also one above. Was behind by 11 thou on the starting line. Now Ryan O'Connor and Kevin Shearer. Kevin Shearer in the right lane. Ryan O'Connor in the left. Shearer dialed 453. O'Connor dialed 452. Just one hunt. Separate them by the dials. just about heads up here. Two green lights. Finish line says it is Ryan O'Connor moving on.
So this second chance race is kind of our
Shearer was one above, O'Connor two above, but O'Connor picking up 18th thou on the starting line. So taking 13th thou at the stripe. Pretty much guaranteed him the victory.
this is second chance.
Yep, I made a class for it.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Box second chance entries. This is your call to the staging lanes. Box second chance. Bring them down to lane number 5. Box second chance entries. Come on down to lane number 5.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, I'm gonna bring some food down to safety. Okay?
Fred Crane and Brad Burton. Brad Burton, right-hand side, dialed in at 669. Fred Crane, left-hand side, dialed in at 668. Just 1/100th of a second. Well, Brad Burton is moving on. Fred Crane turns it red by 16 thou. Brad Burton was 15 to the green. On a free run, goes 69 with a 1 on the 69 dial. Couple of Chevelles. Both 66s. George LeBlanc. Tower side. Taking on the Honest Performance Ride. Just 1 thou separate them on the starting line. At the finish line, it is LeBlanc moving on. 16 up front, dead 4 at the stripe. 20 total, taking 10 at the finish line. Ray Nonchatois, tower side of the racetrack, dialed in at 462. Jay Saverston for Titanium, along with JS Power Sports, behind the wheel of the Dakota. Ray Nonchatois in the dragster, moving on. Jay was a little behind on the starting line. And then 6 above the dial at the finish line, giving Braden a fair bit of room to work with. Kaylee Morton and Tammy Peugeot. Tammy, tower side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our lone no box double, more specifically Monty Beagle. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Monty Beagle, our surviving no box double. This is your call, lanes 1 or 2. Tammy moves on. Just 1 thou separated them on the starting line. Tammy with the better light, 16 to 17 at the finish line. Tammy taking 5 thou to be 91 with a 1 on the 90 dial. Nice couple of laps right there. Hey, listen up in the pits. No box single entries. No box single entries. Bring them on down to lanes 3 and 4. Frankie Ward, Martin Rochelle. Frankie, tower side, dialed in at 581. Martin, spectator side, dialed in at 664. Couple of good green lights at the stripe. It is Frankie moving on. Martin Rochelle takes 37 thou at the stripe to be under by 13. Frankie Ward well safe on the 581 dial with a 584. Picked up 11 thousandths on the starting line, 008 to 019. And now Don Sefton and Dan Provo. Sefton in the right lane for Trucktown. That is one pretty dragster. Dan Provo, tower side. Rad Torque Systems. Provo dialed 433. Exactly 2/10 quicker than Sefton at 453. Oh man, Dan red by 3 thou. Sefton's lights started with a 5. So Don Sefton will be coming back for round 2 of second chance competition. Jan Christensen turns the win light on, taking 3 thou at the stripe. It's 2 above the 506 dial, had a 5 thou starting line advantage, 13 to 18. He'll be back for round 2 of second chance competition. Now Steve Horn and Jason Pad. Steve Horn in the right lane. Sonny's Hemi between the frame rails. Steve Horn, 431 the dial. Jason Pad, 450. Jason Pad with the, kind of easy round win. He was 18 on the tree. Steve Horn wasn't. We'll just leave it at that. Pad with plenty of room to work with, gets well safe on the 450 dial. And he'll be back for round number 2 in second chance. Hey, listen up in the pits. Monty Beagle, we need you back. Come on, T Beagle. We need you in the lanes. Eddie Plaisir, tower side. In the 56, dialed 572. Dragster in the right lane, dialed 473. Dragster gets it done. Eddie Plaisir. Left second, but arrived at the finish line first by 18 thou to be under by 2 thou. So a little heads up for everybody. The concession stand will be closing at 5 o'clock. That's about a half hour from now. So if you were planning on going to get yourself a little bite to eat, you better do that fairly soon. Once again, concession stand will be closing up at 5. Win light, tower side. 13 light and 1 above. Taking 30 at the stripe. The strip teaser, Andy Klosky. 65 Chevelle. $614 the prediction. I have always admired how well the front end works on that car. So 614 the prediction, 614 the number at the finish line, with a 2 to be exact. So we are going to take just a little break in the action, do a little surface maintenance out there on the racetrack. Want it to be all that it can be. So it will be just a short little break before we resume. Going into round number 4 of today's main event. So as mentioned earlier, kind of the part of the idea of having the second chance race is not only to give racers another opportunity to get some racing in, but also to fill the holes a little bit. While we're waiting for main event cars to return, we'll use that time to run the second chance race. So getting a little bit of rubber building up out there on the starting line before it gets too out of hand. Just doing a little bit of scrape work. Once again, the idea being to maintain a track surface that is, well, let's call it reliable. And we don't imagine this will take too long, but we are going to be down for a couple of minutes. So, as I just recently mentioned, concession stand will be closing up fairly soon. So, hey, good time to head over there and get yourself something to eat.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the win light.
Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks. So a little bit of scraping, a little bit of spraying, a little bit of dragging. We'll get the track in ship shape and then continue on with the program. Certainly appreciate everybody's patience. But I'm sure you understand it's for everybody's benefit. Trying to maintain a consistent surface out there throughout the day. I'm sure I can speak for everyone else when I say we certainly appreciate all the hard work that goes into doing just that. So we are ready to go once again. We're going to see the first or next pair, rather, of cars rolling around the corner here momentarily. As we roll in to round number 4. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box door cars. Box door cars. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box door cars. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. And here we go. First pair of round number 4. Monty Beagle. Still with 2 entries. So Monty Beagle left side will take on Andrew Toflin. Toflin in the right lane, dialed 654 behind the wheel of the Camaro. Beagle dials the coupe at 561. So both drivers go red by a tiny little bit. Fortunately for Beagle, his was a little tinier than Andrew's. Andrew Toflin, 004 red. Then 2 above, the 654 dial. Beagle also 2 above, but red by just 2 thou. So it's Beagle. Moving on. So going into this 4th round of No Box, we had 5 entries left. Monty Beagle was 2 of them. He still is 2 of them, actually. Attention in the pits. Box dragsters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Box dragsters, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, box dragsters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
With the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the win light.
Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Spectre Pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay of that about Valley's after that.
This is just the beginning, folks. Cars in this 4th round of competition. So a couple of red cars, Dan Golby and Kevin McNichol. One Ford, one Chevy. Golby, tower side, dialed 675. McNichol, spectator side, dialed 649. Dan Golby with an easy win. 685 on the 675, good enough to get the job done. Not sure what happened to McNichol, but his lights started with a 2. Monty Beagle and Ryan Johnson. Daryl Tippy with the bye in this round. This fourth round contained just 5 no box cars, so following the completion of this round, we'll be down to just 3. One more round, down to 2, and they'll be ready to merge. So Beagle, tower side. Dials 562. Ryan Johnson dialed in at 535 behind the wheel of the Corvette. Beagle, pretty used to chasing people down, but not this time. He'll be the chasee. Ryan Johnson turns it red by 10th thou. Monty Beagle. Guaranteed to have at least one entry into the merge round. So Daryl Tippy with the bye gets a freebie here in round number 4. Predicts 685 for the Little Nova. Well, pretty close. How about 684 with a 9? Not bad. Now moving into some box action. Kelly Shearer and Dalton Giroux. Dragster versus door car, or more specifically door truck. Kelly Shearer in a 1987 Chevy S10. Shearer, tower side, dialed in at 695. Dalton Giroux almost 2.5 seconds quicker at 451. Couple of green lights. Here comes the finish line, and it says Kelly Shearer is moving on. Giroux getting to the stripe first by 43 thousandths to find himself under by 4 thou. Kelly Shearer with the starting line advantage picked up 13 thou on the starting line with a 005 light. No doubt giving up the stripe. Going 7 flat on the 695 dial and moving on to round number 5. Now Robbie White and Carson Campbell. White, tower side, dialed in at 496. Campbell, spectator side, dialed in at 464. Carson Campbell moves on. 65 with a 0 on the 64 dial. Had the starting line advantage by 17 thou, 011 to 28. Interestingly enough, his reaction time was .0111. Took the stripe by .0111. So guaranteed himself the win, but didn't even have 1/10 to spare. $7,000 separate him back here at the starting line. Wow, what a close race. Ryan O'Connor goes dead 9 on the 452 dial, taking 1 thou at the stripe. Vanderkoy was dead 4 on the 69 dial, but gave up 7 thou on the starting line. That was the window ROC used to turn the wind light on. Now dragster versus door car. Andy Hatton will take on Dwayne Ringeth. Ringeth dialed 448 over in the spectator lane behind the wheel of T&T Motorsports dragster. Andy Hatton will be leaving a little over 3/4 of a second ahead, dialed in at 529. Dwayne Ringeth turns on the wind light. Andy Hatton to the stripe first by 2 thou to be under by 2 thou. Ringeth was 0001 to start things off. Then 94, or sorry, then 49 with a 4 on the 48 dial.
We'll take our second chance no boxers to 5.
Hey, listen up in the pit. Second chance, no box. Second chance, no box. This is your call to staging lane number 5. We'll take second chance, no box to the lanes, please. Second chance, no box. Come on down to lane number 5. So once again, we have made the call for second chance, no box. Second chance, no box. We need you guys in lane number 5. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box, second chance. Box, second chance. We'll take you to the lanes now. Box, second chance. Come on down. We also need Monty Beagle. Monty Beagle, bring it back to the staging lanes. So I made the call for Monty Beagle. We also need Daryl Tippy. Daryl Tippy and Monty Beagle, we need you back here. So we'll make another call for box second chance. Box second chance. We need you in lane number 5. Monty Beagle, Daryl Tippy. Come on down. So once again, big shout out to Valley Tech Productions, bringing us the live stream this weekend. That's brought to us by JBS Equipment. Big thank you to Justin Bond and JPS for all the support. And for anybody tuned into the live feed, welcome. Glad to have you on board. So here we go with round 2 of second chance competition. Here's a nice pairing. Brad Burton over in the right-hand lane behind the wheel of the Pontiac. Dialed in at 668. Look for the big wheels up leave. D-stock automatic. 455 under the hood. Pretty much all factory equipment. Andy Klosky, tower side, trying to run him down, cannot do it. Did run him down, took the stripe by 35, but in doing so was under by 12 thou. Burton dead on at the finish line. Now George LeBlanc and Braden Achetois. Achetois in the dragster, right-hand lane. Dialed 461, exactly 1 second separate them by the dials. And it's Achetois with the win. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Achetois with the loss. LeBlanc gets the win. 562 on the 561 dial. Georgie taking the stripe by 2 ten-thousandths of a second. Tight, tight, tight. Achetois with an 8 thou advantage off the starting line. But could not parlay that into a win. So time to light the barbecue and get ready for tomorrow. Kurt Gross and Jason Pad roll up. Kurt Gross and Jason Pad. Gross in the Lordco lane, dialed in at 483. Jason Pad dialed in at 450. So 3,300, or a little over 3/10 of a second, will separate them by the dials. That'll be the handicap start for the right lane. Just 3,000 separation at the starting line, at the finish line. Kurt Gross moving on. Gets there first by 13 thou. 84 with a 5 on the 83 dial. Pad had the 3 thou advantage on the starting line. 16 to 19. But was second across the finish line. So I hope you can appreciate that in this second chance competition, I do not get names on my computer screen, so my memory, I'm sure, will improve as the weekend rolls on, but I'm at a loss right now for who's in the right lane. But I do know we have Christensen over here in the left lane. And Christensen gets it done. 17 up front, dead 8 at the finish line. That'll set up our next pair, Don Sefton and Tammy Peugeot. Hey, listen up out there. I've got a few more names on the list to come on down and collect your awards. We need Scott Robinson, Dennis Winton, Robbie White, and Andrew Toflin. So Andrew Toflin, Robbie White, Dennis Winton, and Scott Robinson, we need you to make your way to the T&T Motorsports trailer just as soon as you reasonably can. Oh man, Tammy turns it red by 2 thou. So Don Sefton's moving on. 12 thou on the starting line. Then dead 4 at the finish line, 14 total. Tammy goes 92 with a 4 on the 91 dial, and again was 2 thou red up front. Great job, Tammy. Racked up a couple of round wins today. Great way to start the weekend. Now Frankie Ward with the single. Here in round 2 of second chance competition. She's 007 up front. Let's see how close she comes to the 581 dial. How about 79 with a 6? So, second chance, no box. You can come on back to lane number 5. Second chance, no box. Come on back to lane number 5. So here we go with our, well, we'll call it the semi-final round of no box. It's not really what it is because we don't even run that class out to completion. Once it's down to 2 cars, they get inserted into what we'll call the round of 8, along with the box cars. So we're down to 3 in no box, and 2 of them are Monty Beagle. So he's guaranteed 1 spot in the final 8. We'll decide now whether he'll be both of them. So we have made the call for our lone remaining no box second chancer to lane number 5. We'll now make the call for all box second chance cars back to lane 5. So if you're still in the second chance race, you have been called to the lanes. Beagle and Tippy, it is Monty Beagle carrying both entries into the round of 8. How about that? 16 thou up front, then 62 with a 7 on the 62 dial. Tippy was better on the tree, but went 85 with a 6 on his 84 dial. It was Monty Beagle to the finish line first by 4 ten-thousandths of a second. That is not very long. Start counting now and tell me when you get to 4 ten-thousandths of a second. I'll tell you to stop. You missed it.
We'll pop by in another few weeks to say hi again. I should probably start heading.
So we're just down for a couple of moments while we give our racers a little chance to get cooled down before they come on back. So I have made the call for these names already, but we'll make it one more time while it's quiet. Scott Robinson, Dennis Winton, Robbie White, and Andrew Toflin. We've got some awards for you. So at your earliest convenience, if you could make your way to the T&T Motorsports trailer, that would be very much appreciated. So we saw Monty Beagle take his bye run. Now we go back to some second chance action. Brad Burton and George LeBlanc. Bad Brad in the Tower Lane. In the Stalker, Pontiac Power dialed in at 668. LeBlanc Tower or spectator side rather dialed in at 562. Beagle was 4th thou red on his bye, just in case you were wondering. Wow, LeBlanc 7th thou up front, then dead 6 to be 13 total, taking 5 thou at the stripe. How's that for a drag race? Burton crossing 2nd and 7th thou under. Kurt Gross and Braden Ochetois. Ochetois, right-hand lane, dialed in at 5-0. Oh no, this isn't Ochetois. That's Christensen. Their cars look somewhat similar. I clued in as soon as I saw the 5-second dial. So Christensen in the spectator lane, dialed in at 5:06. Kurt Gross over here, tower side, dialed 483. Here we go. Kurt Gross turns it 1 thou red. Jan Christensen off to round number 3, second chance action. Winds up 509 on the 506 dial. That'll bring up Don Sefton and Frankie Ward. Tower side. Francesca dialed in at 579. We'll be leaving about 1 1/4 seconds ahead of the dragster in the right lane. Don Sefton dialed 453. Don Sefton's moving on. Takes 13 at the stripe to be dead 2. Frankie gave up 29 thou on the starting line. Then went 77 with a 9 on the 79 dial. So we'll see Sefton coming back. So we'll now make the call for the round of 8. Well, round of 7. There's 7 cars, but it's the round of 8. So anybody left in competition in today's main event, this is your call. So that would be Monty Beagle times 2 along with the 5 remaining box cars. Come on down to the lanes. So down to just 7 cars total in today's main event. Quarterfinal round. Here at the West Coast Classic, the Friday warm-up race. $5,000 to the winner. So we have made the call for anyone left in competition in the main event. Monty Beagle, along with our 5 remaining box cars. We need you back to the staging lanes.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the win light.
Elimination here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Stucky Pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay is that about Valley Tech Production.
This is just the beginning, folks. So we are pretty much all set up and ready to go with this quarterfinal round in today's main event. Just waiting for Monty Beagle to come back with his car. Should be just a couple of moments. I can tell you the first pairing is going to be Dan Golby and Monty Beagle. Well, here we go. First pair in this quarterfinal round. It's Dan Golby and it's Monty Beagle. There goes Golby working on a 676 dial. There goes Beagle trying to run him down, working on a 562, and it's Golby at the finish line to the stripe first by 3 thou. Beagle winds up 65 on the 62 dial. Had the starting line advantage by 16 thou, but could not parlay that into a win. So Dan Golby will be in the semifinals. Good news for Monty Beagle is he's still got his second entry.
I asked 3 times.
Carried both entries into this quarterfinal round. So he'll be coming back. And I do believe, as per the ladder, he'll be taking on Dwayne Ringeth.
With his other entry yet. Mama Bear.
We'll make the call now for second chance competitors. Bring them down to lane number 5. Attention in the pits, second chance racers. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need second chance in lane number 5. So safety down there, just having a little look-see at the surface. Again, priority number one would be racer safety, but very close to that in number 2 spot would be maintaining a consistent surface throughout the day. With that being the goal, sometimes you need to take a little action. So they're out right now just having a little look-see at things, and from there we'll figure out what's necessary. Should be back to the action momentarily. In the quarterfinal round of the main event, we have made the call for second chance racers to come on back to lane number 5. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Well, Monty Beagle, we needed you back here anyway, but now we need you back here twice. The decision has been made. Monty Beagle and Dan Golby are going to rerun that pairing we just saw go down the track. So Monty Beagle and Dan Golby, we need you back here just as soon as you possibly can. Thank you. So very, very, very much grateful for all the support we get to host the classics, not only here at Mission, but obviously in Edmonton as well, the Oil City Classic along with Medicine Hat, the Summer Classic, just simply would not be possible without these following companies getting on board. At the very top of that list, Rad Torque System. Rad Torque, the world's leader in torque technology, spanning across all industries to make sure things are torqued efficiently and accurately. Now, whether or not you would have a potential need for a tool from Rad Torque Systems, I'd encourage you to go check out www.radtorque.com. Amazing tools. An amazing company and an amazing owner. Rad Torque Systems, a huge supporter of drag racing, not just here at Mission Raceway Park, but right across Division 6 and well beyond. If you happen to follow NHRA national event action, you're probably well aware of Dallas Glenn in the Rad Torque Systems Pro Stalker. So from the very much local level right up to the pros, Rad Torque Systems, making it happen for drag racing at all levels out here on the West Coast. Also, Kirk Lance and A. Tristan Plumbing. A. Tristan, Lower Mainland's plumbing and heating leader. Also got to mention John DeYoung and family, Artex Racing. The DeYoung family, a staple in the racing community, racing multiple cars in multiple classes. Huge supporters of the classics and great people. Pathmaker Service Company. Pathmaker is the oil and gas industry leader in casing running. Huge thank you for their support as the No Box shootout sponsor of classics in 2023. Should mention Artex Racing and John DeYoung sponsoring the box shootout here at the West Coast Classic. Pro One Safety Canada. Pro One Safety, the industry leader in safety equipment and presenters of our Champions Club jackets for all shootout winners at the Classics since its inception. Easy for me to say. Please support them for all your safety needs. Want to thank JBS Equipment for bringing us the live stream here this weekend. And with that, you got to mention Valley Tech Production. They do an absolutely awesome job putting these live streams together. How about the golf cart people? The official golf cart supplier of the classics. Now you might notice running around the pits the Classics golf cart, lithium battery powered. This thing will go over 50 miles on a single charge. So check out everything the golf cart people rather, have to offer. You can find them online at golfcartpeople.com. Infinity Coach, the West Coast RV care provider. Infinity Coach offers a wide range of services encompassing the exterior, systems, and interior aspects of motor coach construction. Fred and Debbie Crane, longtime Classics supporters. Bears Performance, Canada's manufacturer of quality chassis, suspension, and driveline components. Check out bearsperformance.com. FTI Performance. Winners rely on FTI. Get the track-proven advantage today. Available through T&T Motorsports. So we have called Dan Golby along with Monty Beagle. That was our first pairing in this quarterfinal round. Unfortunately, we're going to lean to safety as far as making the decision that those two need to rerun their pairing as, well, the track was a little less than stellar. And definitely had an effect on the outcome of that pairing. So the decision has been made to just kind of restart that whole quarterfinal round. Touch up the surface just a little bit. Spray a little fresh glue down there, and we'll be ready to go. Well, then, once again, we've got Monty Beagle and we've got Dan Golby. Golby, left side, Beagle in the right lane. Now, nobody wants to see a rerun. In fact, I can tell you, if you're a race promoter, it's the last thing you want to have to do, but sometimes it is necessary. And that has been deemed the case here. Golby in with a 676. Beagle in with a 562. Four bolts lit, here we go. Beagle turns it red by 8-10 thou. So Golby turned on the win light, and he does it here again in the rerun. Golby on a freebie, runs it out, goes 75 with an 8 on the 676 dial. Monty was running a little bit hot. Went 560 on the 62 dial. And we'll see Monty come back to take on Dwayne Ringeth just as soon as he gets the little Ford coupe cooled down a little bit. Next up, Kelly Shearer on a buy run. Guaranteed to be a player in the semifinal round. So Kelly Shearer out there on the buy, goes 10 on the tree, and 696 with an 8 on the 697 dial. Nice work right there. Ryan O'Connor and Carson Campbell. Campbell in the right lane, dialed 464. O'Connor over here, tower side, dialed in at 452. Finish line says it's Carson Campbell going to the semi-final round. Wins a double breakout. He was the lesser offender. Had the starting line advantage, 009 to 031. Then 62 with a 3 on the 64. ROC was 49 with a 5 on the 52. So we've bumped out of the main event action. Going to run a couple of second chance pairs while we have time, waiting for Monty Beagle to come back. Jan Christensen and Don Sefton. Sefton with the starting line advantage and the win light. Once again, double breakout. Things are picking up a little bit out there. Sefton, 52 of the 4 on the 53 dial. Takes the stripe by 5 thou. Well done. And George LeBlanc. George LeBlanc with the bye here in second chance action. Predicts 562, goes 563.
Yeah, we're in the semis of the main event. We're in the finals of second chance. So this will run semifinals of the main event. Final.
Hey, listen up, Monty Beagle. You're down to 5 minutes. So we're waiting for Monty Beagle to make his way back for his second entry, in which he'll take on Dwayne Ringeth. And that will complete the quarterfinal round and set up our semifinal round and main event action. In the meantime, we are down to the final round in second chance action. So here we go, final pairing of our quarterfinal round in today's main event action, the Friday 5 Grander warm-up race. Monty Beagle and Dwayne Ringeth. It's going to be Monty Beagle over here in the tower lane. He's going to just hang for a few seconds before he starts his burnout. Let Dwayne Ringeth go first. Dwayne Ringeth behind the wheel of the dragster over there in the Lordco lane. Is going to be dialed in at 4:45. Monty Beagle predicts he's going to go 5.6 seconds exactly. Got a 5:60 on the window. So the burnouts are done. The dials are up on the board. Only thing left now is stage the cars and let's get it on. Oh boy, it's Monty Beagle. Dead 9 on the 560 dial. Dwayne Ringeth was dead 2 on the 445 dial. But big story was back here at the starting line. Neither driver really hit the tree, but one was definitely better than the other, and that was your winner, Monty Beagle. So there we go. We've got our semifinal round decided. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Second chance finalists. Second chance finalists. We need you in the staging lane. Second chance finalists. Come on back. So we have made the call for our second chance finalists to come on back. We'll also make the call for our main event semifinalists. Come on back just as soon as you can. Sooner the better, but we fully realize you got to get things cooled down and ready to go, but we would like you here just as soon as you reasonably can. Second chance, final round. Here we go. Don Sefton, Tower Side for Truck Town. Absolutely gorgeous dragster. And George LeBlanc. Couple of orange cars here in the final round. Believe there is somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,700 on the line, and that is all going to George LeBlanc. Sefton turns it red by 2 thousandths. And LeBlanc collects the check. 560 with a 0 on the 562 dial. So congratulations to George LeBlanc of George's Classic and Custom Auto, located in the Creston area, your custom car and restoration expert, George LeBlanc. He's also pretty good at wheeling a race car. So, semifinalists, if you're not back to the staging lanes yet, that's where you need to be. Just 3 pairs left to finish off day 1 of the West Coast Classic. All right, here we go. Semi-final round. It's Dan Golby and it's Kelly Shearer. Kelly Shearer, tower side of the racetrack or the TCS lane. Dials the S10 at 695. Dan Golby in the right lane, dialed 676. Golby goes trip, zip, red. Oh, man. Kelly Shearer was pretty awesome. 11 on the tree. Not sure if she was out of it or not at the finish line. The 699 on the 695 dial. Golby ran it out, went under by 7 thou. Man, I tell you, there's something that just doesn't seem right about a trip zip red light. I'm sure Dan Golby would very much agree with me right now. So Kelly Shearer going to the final round. Carson Campbell, dialed 452. Gonna take on Monty Beagle. Well, we'll make a little correction there. Carson Campbell dialed 462. Monty Beagle in with a 560 behind the wheel of his little 33 Ford Coupe. Who will go on to the final to face Kelly Shearer? Monty turns it red by 0.02 of a second, so that decides it. Carson Campbell will face Kelly Shearer in our Friday $5,000 warm-up final. Campbell goes 62 with a 3 on the 62, just for good measure. So there we go. We've got our finalists decided here on day one of the West Coast Classic at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So we'll give them just a little bit of time to get cooled down. And then we will run our final pair of day number one.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the win light.
Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Spectre Pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Time is up. Finalists, we need you back to the staging lanes. Kelly Shearer and Carson Campbell, we need you to the staging lanes now. Well, folks, it is that time. Final round. On day number 1, the Friday 5 grand warm-up race, all part of the West Coast Classic, here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. We've got Kelly Shearer and we've got Carson Campbell. Carson Campbell over there in the right lane just did the burnout out of Olympia, Washington. For Pioneer Builder Supply. Kelly Shearer over here in the tower lane. Behind the wheel, the little S10. Wants to thank Fast Lane. Couple of Washingtonians here in the final round of day 1 at the West Coast Classic. Kelly Shearer out of Belfair, Washington. Carson Campbell from Olympia. Couple of green lights. Here we go. Finish line says it is Kelly Shearer. 699 on the 698 dial. She had the starting line advantage, 013 to 022. Takes the stripe by 12. Well done. Congratulations, Kelly Shearer.
Yes. Thank you.
And congratulations, George LeBlanc. Our 2 winners from today. LeBlanc taking the second chance check. And Kelly Shearer, winner of our main event here on day 1 at the West Coast Classic. So great job by everyone. All the staff here at Mission Raceway Park, all the T&T staff. Absolutely fantastic day. We had the weather on our side. Absolutely beautiful. No doubt about it. And the best thing is we are just getting started. So with day 1 in the books, we look forward to day 2 and day 3. So the plan for tomorrow, pretty much same plan as today, only with one less time trial. And of course, at the conclusion of tomorrow's event, we will roll into the shootouts.
I think I dialed it at 1598, but I ran like a...
So with that said, once again, great job, everybody. Appreciate all the effort put into a great day like this. Great job, all you racers. We were fairly clean most of the day. Couple small incidents, but those are to be expected from time to time. So everybody, I wish you a great, safe night. And we look forward to doing this all over again tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.